Damon Bruce here. Welcome to the NBA here on 2K Sports. Wednesday in the NBA. It's going to be the Memphis Grizzlies up against the Boston Celtics. And now we send you out to Kevin Harlan, Steve Kerr, Clark Kellogg, and Doris Burke. I'll catch up with you again at halftime. Hello, everyone, and welcome to 2K Sports. Damon Bruce here. Friday Hoops Fest coming up next. It's going to be the Memphis Grizzlies up against the Boston Celtics. And now time for the call by Kevin Harlan as we get ready for the opening tip out in Boston.
Welcome to 2K Sports for another edition of NBA basketball. This is Kevin Harlan along with Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr. Doris Burke will be reporting from the sidelines. A quick check now at the starting lineups for both teams. First for the Grizzlies, Kyrie Irving is out there with Smart. And it's Randall in at the 4 spot. And then for the Boston Celtics. And it's center, the most dominant physical presence in the NBA, the elite defensive big man, Dwight Howard. And it's Antetokounmpo in at the 4 spot.
You know, for a good part of last season, guys, the Grizzlies were in the battle for the 3rd spot in the West along with the Clippers and Nuggets. Eventually, they finished 5th, but it wasn't because they didn't handle Eastern Conference opponents. They cleaned up against that conference.
And the Grizzlies start out with the ball. Now, here is Irving. Tight defense on him. And the pass to Wiggins. He kicks it to Smart. Passes it to Randall. Memphis moving that ball around. Clock at 6. Memphis needs to get off a shot here. The shot's good from Irving. And back to the Grizzlies against the East. Their style of play really matches up well with the slow it down style of many Eastern teams.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, Memphis looks like they should be in the East. You know, they have no problem just, banging bodies under the basket, trying to out-rebound you, out-muscle you. And I think you're right, Kevin. That's one of the reasons they were able to go 22-8 against the Eastern Conference.
Celtics on D. And let's get this update now from Doris Burke, who's across the way on the sideline.
Hey, Kevin, I caught up with Coach Doc Rivers. He said that the key to the game will be how well they defend Kyrie Irving, adding, he's shown himself to be one of the premier point guards in the game already. Whether it's passing, shooting, or penetrating, we need our guys in the backcourt to really get up into him, and our bigs need to be ready to bring help. Guys, you can bet that Irving will be their focus defensively.
Thanks again, Doris. Smart passes to Randall. Wiggins. Now the feed to Smart. Pass to Wiggins. Here's Townsend. Makes a fantastic move and nails the shot.
He really made that mismatch pay off. A defender giving up that much size isn't going to be able to put up much resistance near the basket.
Now the dish to Howard. The pass to Antetokounmpo. The first quarter of action, 2 minutes in. Outside Irving. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Antetokounmpo. Celtics have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far. Feeds to McCollum.
Yeah, close, but I didn't think he got on balance quickly enough.
And it's hard to draw charges as quick as players are at this level. That's not an easy bit of work there.
Puts it up off the inbound, and it's 2 points on the layup.
Boy, that was impressive, Clark. He did not hesitate to take the ball right up against the bigger defender.
Boy, I like that aggressive mindset there, Steve.
Now here's Smart. He passes to Irving. Kicks it to Smart. Good, and the assist goes to Irving.
But you can't leave him alone, especially from long range.
Celtics trailed by 4. McCollum off a pick from Antetokounmpo. Passes it to Ingram. Shot off the pick. That one off the back iron and out.
And it is very dangerous to leave him open like that. Lucky break for the defense that he missed it.
He dishes it to Smart. He feeds it to Irving. He kicks it to Smart. 6 on the shot clock. Pass to Randall. And it's Memphis with another.
So far, so good for them at the offensive end here in the early going.
Boy, the field goal percentage is fantastic. Exactly the kind of start they were hoping for.
McCollum off a pick from Antetokounmpo. From past the arc. McCollum no good.
Boston had a multitude of problems last season, but the one that seemed to be the most prevalent was the inability to score down the stretch of games. I mean, they were one of the worst teams in the league when it came to scoring in the fourth quarter.
Well, Clark, a clear lane to the basket and the emphatic jam.
And that is outstanding attacking basketball.
Well, he had no choice but to take that one to the bucket.
Now here's Howard. He hasn't yet put up any points in this one.
Look at the clock.
The Celtics need to get a shot off. Here's Antetokounmpo, and they'll turn it over. Could not get off a shot. 24-second violation. So Memphis ends up going with the new group. We've got 1:55 left in the first quarter. Walker with it. The pass to Alexander. Back to Walker. Dishes to Porter. That falls. Nice feed that time from Walker. Porter's got himself on the board with 3 there. And you think of Boston and you think of all the storied players that have put on the green. All of them so clutch, Steve, when the game was on the line. But that was the opposite for last year's Celtics.
It was, Kevin. It seemed like their scoring dropped off considerably in the fourth quarter. And a lot of that was just without Rondo after the injury. They couldn't generate offense individually. They had to rely on their ball movement. And as you know, defenses toughen up in the fourth quarter and down the stretches of games.
.135 left in the first quarter. He muscles it in through the contact, and they call the foul. And he's on his way to the free throw line.
The defender a little hesitant to offer resistance as he bursts to the hoop.
And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Grizzlies.
Well, I'll tell you what, they must have had a good shoot-around because they've been fantastic from long range so far, fellas.
And the other thing we're seeing is great ball movement. We're seeing a lot of good offensive execution, ball movement, player movement, setting up assists.
Walker's shot is off.
You have to get a hand into his face because that's his range right there.
Dinwiddie, defended by Alexander. No good from Bogdanovich.
I thought he'd make that one. I mean, that's his range, and the defense nowhere to be seen.
Alexander passes to Walker. Off target from outside. Celtics trail by 8. Passes it to Bogdanovich. Gets an open look and hits.
Bogdanovich.
And the Grizzlies with possession here.
Spencer Dinwiddie.
And here's Walker. He's had some playing time, but no scoring yet from him. And so he draws the foul on the shot, a trip to the line to shoot 2.
Well, you know, last season I think officially brought the immediate championship aspirations of the Celtics to a close. The 7th seed in the East, dispatched in the first round by the Knicks. The rebuild was on in full cycle.
And the first one at the line is good. And back to the Celtics, making the playoffs, sure, but, you know, not like Steve back in 08 or 2010.
Well, this has been a phenomenal era, with KG and Pierce that is now a thing of the past. But look, they've hoisted a championship banner, very close to another. But it's just time to move on, and that's just the way it is in the NBA. These things go in waves, and the Celtics now in rebuilding mode.
The Grizzlies focused on trying to get more bang for their buck in terms of what they were paying guys, and the first shoe to drop was the trade of Rudy Gay. Just didn't want to commit to that big contract. Thought they could do a better job spreading that kind of money out over more players.
5 to shoot.
And that's 2 fouls for him very early in this ball game. He'll probably have to spend some time on the bench before halftime.
The Celtics have shot just 1 free throw earlier, 1 for 1 in the game.
Near the line shooting 2.
The first one falls. The Grizzlies making a switch here. Both free throws good from Bogdanovich.
That's a familiar sight. He hardly ever wastes his chances at the line. Cashes in regularly.
And Walker kicks to Porter. Back to Walker. Takes a 3. And the shot is good. Walker's got 5. Here's Ball. The shot will not go. And that does it for the first quarter. Grizzlies lead by 9. And we'll be back in just a moment with the start of the second quarter. Welcome back, everyone. A lopsided first quarter in the books already as we start the second quarter. What stands out to you from the Grizzlies in this one?
And a good start for this club. I like the way they played together, really moved the ball and did a nice job offensively.
Yeah, excellent ball movement. It's paid off on the scoreboard, too.
Celtics trail by 9. Dinwiddie, guarded by Walker. Jones for 3. The shot is off. And it's Memphis the other way. Fox against Barnes. There's Walker with the 3. Barnes grabs the miss.
He just couldn't shake loose. He had the defender draped all over him.
Picked away. Here's Fox. Pass to Porter. Here's Fox. The feed to Porter. He passes to Fox. 6 to shoot. Fires it up. He squares up and sinks it. And the Grizzlies lead by 11.
You know, role players can make big differences in games, and he's showing he can get it done out there.
Barnes kicks to Jones. There's the dish to Barnes. Pass to Ball. Feeds it to Jones. Celtics passing it around. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2.
Well, for the Grizzlies, the 5th best record in the league last season, guys. Defeated the Clippers and the Thunder in the playoffs, but it all came to a crashing in when the Spurs swept them in the conference finals.
And he knocks down the first one. Well, and back in that series that Clark was talking about against the Spurs, more competitive than it might seem. Steve, you and I were talking about this. 3 of the 4 games were close. In fact, 2 obviously really close going to overtime.
But I thought the weakness of Memphis was really exposed, Kevin, and that was the outside shooting. San Antonio just guarded the paint. They took Zach Randolph pretty much out of the series.
boss yung sa akin benga. Wow, get that ball, habol, huwag kang pa i-score. Yo, ipakita kung sinong siga sa liga ng mga bida. Sa dibdib ng higante, walang Goliath sa baldapi tumiskarte. Oy, anong height mo sir? Ako 5-footer pero sharpshooter. Manalo, mano matalo, pusta ko'y Lebron. Pagkat hindi nadadaig ang puso ng kampyon. Alias, the flying A na may halong El Presidente. Ay na ay walang paki, nagkakape sa ere. Pumipeke ng pasat, pumipektus. Mala, Benji Maras kahit nakabiget. Shoot like Mike Malakay, di kang bitaw. Tanong mo ba kay Dr. J? Andy Howe, pare wow. MVP. Wow, get that ball, habol, huwag kang pa i-score. Yo, ipakita kung sinong siga sa liga ng mga bida. Wow, get that ball, huwag kang pa i-small. Yo, ipakita kung sinong siga sa liga ng mga bida. Liga ng mga bida, liga ng mga bida, liga ng mga bida. Sinong siga sa liga ng mga bida. Wala na nga sigurong mas kinababaliwan sa pambansang libangan ng bayan. Laro'y sinasa puso at kinaaaliwan na para bang digmaan ng laban. Manalo, matalo, walang kukontra. Depensa, opensa, bilog ang bola. Ito ang liga. Ito ang liga. Sentro ng kwento ng bayan. 100% ang laban. Wala na nga sigurong mas kinasasabikan ang galing ng liga ng bayan. Sa dami ng daluyong at hirap na natikman, game pa rin partida pangayan. Manalo, matalo, walang kukontra. Depensa, opensa, bilog ang bola. Ito ang liga. Ito ang liga. Sentro ng kwento ng bayan. 100% ang laban.
Batak na batak ang mga koponan. Tatak na tatak talaga nga naman. Pasapalang na binato sa dyan kawili-wili na. At malamang pati kayo napapapigilin nga. Sa bawat dribble, bantay sarado. Sa bawat sipol, lahat kabado. Lahat nakatutok sa TV. Pati si Utol ay nakikinood na sa kanto. Si Idol lumariba na tumira bumitaw. Libo-libo tagahanga sa arena sumigaw. Rebound, biglang baba, biglang tira. Isang bansa, isang liga. Basketballista ay ganadong-ganado. Bawat atleta ay kamadong-kamado. Ang kampyonato ay ibubulsa. Local o global may ibubuga.
Manalo, matalo, walang kukontra. Depensa, opensa, bilog ang bola. Ito ang liga.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Ace to the OV. I used to move by the OZ. I guess even back then you could call me CEO of the ROC. Fresh out the frying pan into the fire. I be the music biz #1 supplier. Not DOC, but similar to the letters. No one could do it better. I check cheddar like a food inspector. My homie Strick told me, dude, finish your breakfast. So that's what I'ma do. Take you back to the dude with the Lexus. Fast forward the jewels in the necklace. Let me check.
Hello and welcome to 2K Sports. You're watching the NBA. Wednesday in the NBA. It's going to be the Memphis Grizzlies up against the Boston Celtics. And that's all for now. Time to hand it over to Kevin Harlan and the rest of the 2K Sports crew. I'll be back with more at halftime.
We've got a chance now for our starting lineups from point guard to center. This game should be a good one. First for the Grizzlies, Kyrie Irving is out there with Smart. And it's Randall in at the 4 slot. And for the Celtics, and it's center, the most dominant physical presence in the NBA, the elite defensive big man, Dwight Howard. And it's Antetokounmpo in the power forward.
You know, his ability is matched only by his energy, guys. I mean, he's usually in the middle of everything for his team. Well, for the Grizzlies, the 5th best record in the league last season, guys. Defeated the Clippers and the Thunder in the playoffs, but it all came to a crashing end when the Spurs swept them in the conference finals.
Irving misses.
He certainly didn't take advantage of the poor defense, but they can't count on him to continue missing.
No, that's for sure, because this guy's too good of a shooter.
Oh, my goodness.
What a huge play. And once he took off, it looked like the defense just had no interest in getting in his way.
That's one where you just give up the 2 points and move on.
First quarter, just over a minute played. Pass to Ingram. He feeds it to McCollum. Clock at 6. Off target with his 3. And the Grizzlies with possession here. And I think Doris Burke has something for us right now. Doris?
Hey, Kevin, I had a chance to talk with head coach of the Grizzlies. It's rebounding that he thinks could be the X factor today. He told me that it doesn't matter what they do in other aspects of the game if they get dominated on the backboards, which is always a possibility against a team that puts so much effort into their rebounding. Guys?
Thank you, Doris, for that. Obviously, getting better position, Clark, on the boards is an issue.
Yeah, that and the will to get it done, Kevin. You knew that at some point the window for the group of Celtics that had won a title was going to close. I mean, it was inevitable, but last year seemed like they were going to go for one last hurrah as they added some depth and looked to reload for another run.
And getting back to the Celtics and Rondo's injury, a lot of people expected them to start the rebuilding process. Ended up standing pat at the deadline, Steve. Even though there was, it seemed, a lot of interest.
You know, you want to give that group, KG and Pierce and Rondo, you want to give them another run. And they had their last hurrah. They didn't get it finished, and now you start the rebuilding project. So a lot of trades, a lot of movement over the summer, but I like the fact that they gave that club one more run. Boy, what a great job making good on the second opportunity. He stayed with that play from start to finish.
Ingram passes to McCollum. The lead pass was put in just the right spot.
I'll tell you what, the defenders didn't even get a sniff of him on that move to the hoop.
If you're just tuning in, we've played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. He kicks it to Smart. And that misses. That would have put him up. The Celtics with the lead. There's the pass to Ingram. And so it looks like the Celtics will retain possession here. Here's Antetokounmpo, defended by Randall. The shot's good from Antetokounmpo.
That's a clean look they gave him there, fellas, and he drains those.
Irving kicks to Smart. Pass to Wiggins.
That's his second foul already, and that's going to force him to, I think, tone it down a little bit at the defensive end.
The Celtics making a switch here. Bogdanovich is checked in. About 3 minutes gone here in the first quarter. Dishes to Irving.
Yeah, he had not established position.
You know, I prefer the refs to whistle with a block when in doubt. I thought that was a good call there.
He passes to Smart. Memphis moving it around. Shot clock at 6. Defended by McCollum. Memphis needs to get off a shot here. And another miss by Memphis.
And it is very dangerous to leave him open like that. Lucky break for the defense that he missed it.
Here's Antetokounmpo. Knocks down the 3 ball. Antetokounmpo's got 5 now.
That bounce pass got him the ball in rhythm. Nice play.
Irving attacking to end the run and fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot 2.
Well, an exciting player, Kevin. Incredible agility, and even when you think you have him stymied, he's great at maintaining his body control in midair and still getting a good shot off.
And perhaps the best thing about him, Steve, is the way he takes charge down the stretch of close games. The higher the stakes, the better he plays.
Boy, that was solid. I tell you, he's one of the best there is up there at the foul line.
Oh, he's going up for the alley-oop here, and Jones slams it home.
Phenomenal alley-oop slam right there, guys.
They're taking advantage, Clark, of a team that looks lost out there.
Yeah, this is threatening to get kind of ugly out here.
Irving kicks to Walker. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist. Walker's got his first points of the game. 1:41 left to play in the first. And Jones slams it in.
Boy, the prettiest play in basketball to me. Executed to perfection.
I don't think you're going to get an argument there. Everybody loves the alley-oop.
Well, unless you're the team getting dunked on, of course.
The Grizzlies had no problem with who they were. They were very anchored in their identity, guys. They were a defensive-minded team, and offensively, they wanted to try to get the ball in the paint as much as possible.
And here's Walker. Tries to keep it alive. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get the shot off in time.
Boston ball.
Grizzlies making a switch here. Celtics leading by 9. Passes to Dinwiddie. A chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. Well, Clark, just kind of continuing your thought, the Grizzlies dead last in three-pointers taken and three-pointers made. And Steve, I don't think that bothered them one bit. It just wasn't their game.
Didn't bother them in the regular season because they were able to get away with it, but it sure hurt them in the playoffs. When they ran into the San Antonio Spurs, that lack of three-point shooting was absolutely the difference in the series. So I think moving forward, that's the area where they have the most improvement to make.
The pass the ball. Feeds it to Jones. This one for 3. Boston again missing. And that does it for the first quarter. It's the Celtics. They're up by 7. And we'll be back in just a moment with the start of the second quarter.
seeing a lot of good offensive execution, ball movement, player movement, setting up assists.
Here's Fox. Pass to Alexander. The feed now to Walker. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful. Walker's got the second quarter going with the first basket of the period for the Grizzlies. Passes it to Ingram. Not wasting any time and taking the shot and knocking it down.
Assisted by
The Grizzlies trail by 7.
Dinwiddie.
Here's Fox. And they're going to count the bucket and send him to the line. It could be a three-point play.
That's his first personal.
The offense has a better flow, and it actually looks better here in the second quarter.
Yeah, they've steadied themselves a little bit, trying to close this gap.
On the Grizzlies with some changes. Dwight Howard, he's checked in for Harrison Barnes. And Antetokounmpo subbed in for Marcus Morris. The Grizzlies shooting their 5th free throw of the game here.
Guys, the Celtics went from being a powerhouse in the East and middle of the pack last season, but they still protected their home court as well as anybody. Easy to find inspiration here with the parquet floor in these shoes and the banners hanging over top. Not able to find it here in the second. He's off stride and off track just a bit after that one he had earlier.
To the middle, Randall. And he drops in the layup off the glass. 5 points in the game.
Those are the kind of nice inside looks they've gotten in the first half here.
And I think they should really continue to work it down low, Clark. That's really going to free up the rest of their offense.
Ball, the pass to Ingram. It's rebounded by Randall. You do have to love the parquet floor here, as you said, Clark. Pride certainly a factor last season, as the Celtics were able to finish, Steve, with a 27-13 record here at their home.
And even though the Celtics would end up just as the 7th seed in the East, you knew they would control their home floor just because of their veteran experience, their talent, their coaching. So they were really able to ride that home court into the playoffs.
Now the pass to Ingram. Here's Dinwiddie. His three-pointer's off the mark.
Boy, with an open look like that, he is so gifted. Man, you've got to play better defense. Eventually, he's going to make you pay.
You got that right. I mean, he'll do it from three-point land or anywhere on the perimeter, really, because he is a deadly shooter. You've got to do a better job defensively.
5 to shoot, and it's blocked by Ball. But he recovers it. And that'll be Memphis as it goes out of bounds. Grizzlies retain possession. The Grizzlies making a switch here. And for those of you just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Stolen by McCollum. And pushing it up, here's Boston.
Boy, I love it. Active hands on the steal, active feet on the fast break.
And Clark power on the dunk.
And guys, this is just too close of a game to be giving the ball up like that and then failing to get back in transition.
Wiggins, and the shot is long.
He got the shot he wanted off that pick, just couldn't get it to fall.
But Steve, they'll take that play all day long, 10 times out of 10. That was good action.
Busts the J after the cagey pass fake. And it's a 6-point Celtic lead.
He's not their first option, but not a bad fallback either.
Here's Fox. Pass to Wiggins. The three, good on the shot. 5 points in the game.
Boy, he found the perfect spot behind the arc there. Big gap in the defense.
Kicks it to McCollum. Fires from deep. The shot is off. The Grizzlies trail by 3. Smart passes to Fox. Another shot. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot.
And the offense just getting right to the rim, but at least they saved the layup with the foul.
That's old school basketball rules. I mean, at the end of the day, no easy layups. Earn it from the line. The Grizzlies focused on trying to get more bang for their buck in terms of what they were paying guys, and the first shoe to drop was the trade of Rudy Gay. just didn't want to commit to that big contract. Thought they could do a better job spreading that kind of money out over more players.
And for small market teams like the Grizzlies, that is something they have definitely always got to be considering. Are we using our cap space, Steve, to the best of our ability?
And I think for the most part they were, but they just didn't feel that Rudy Gay was the long-term solution. So when the trade opportunity came about, they decided to free themselves up of the long-term financial commitment and give themselves more options in terms of personnel moving forward.
Well, you know, last season I think officially brought the immediate championship aspirations of the Celtics to a close. The 7th seed in the East, dispatched in the first round by the Knicks. The rebuild was on in full cycle. You could see the eye contact there, gave a little nod, and then burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
No doubt, Clark. A pair of teammates with a terrific feel for each other out on the floor.
And what a play to make in a close game, a potential momentum builder.
Irving kicks to Smart. He passes to Randall. Outside Irving. 6 on the shot clock. Smart from outside the arc. Offensive rebound. Here's Townsend. Makes it off the glass.
Well, the defense just looked a little lazy on the glass there.
Yeah, nobody boxing out. That's inexcusable.
To the paint. Zubek. Outside Irving. Here's Wiggins. Yes, and it's Irving picking up the assist. 7 points in the game.
That finish brings me back to the old days, the silky smooth finger roll.
And back to the Celtics, making the playoffs, sure, but, you know, not like Steve back in 08 or 2010.
Well, this has been a phenomenal era, with KG and Pierce that is now a thing of the past. But look, they've hoisted a championship banner, very close to another. But it's just time to move on, and that's just the way it is in the NBA. These things go in waves, and the Celtics now in rebuilding mode.
None. He's covered by Irving. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Grizzlies will take it.
Memphis ball.
So the Grizzlies making a change here.
Christian Wood.
There's 37 seconds left in the first half of the game.
Kick it out.
Clark, this offense has really been clicking.
No doubt about it, giving the defense all kinds of trouble.
And they're playing with so much energy offensively. The ball is really moving.
The dish to Smart. And the three ball is good.
Smart.
And the Grizzlies lead by 5.
He had to wait for a while, all the way until now, but he's finally got his first three-pointer of the game.
Back to Jones. None. He dishes it to McCollum. The 9-footer's on the mark.
CJ McCollum.
McCollum's got 6 points. Just 4 seconds left in the first half. Irving. He got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. And the first half ends in a close one. Grizzlies lead by 3. And coming up after the break, it'll be Damon Bruce breaking down all the highlights from the first half of play.
And now, brought to you by Sprint.
This is the halftime show. Let's break down all the first half action. At the midway point, the Grizzlies are playing well. They've been having their way inside. A huge lead when it comes to points in the paint, making it very hard to defend against them. Kyrie Irving is off to a great start. He's chipped in 4 points, and he's made some key plays in the assist department, too. Shortage of desire from the Celtics side of things. The assist total indicative of their unselfish play, spreading that ball around. A valuable contribution so far by C.J. McCollum. He has 6 points and some nice plays offensively, getting the assists going. And that'll be all for now. Thanks so much for joining us. The third quarter just about to get underway.
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
Welcome back to the Staples Center, and above it, downtown Los Angeles in the distance. You have to like what we've been seeing from Wiggins.
Yeah, and the numbers aren't that gaudy when you look at the box score. It's more about his energy and his impact.
Sometimes the stats can be misleading, but he certainly has been a big factor.
And the Grizzlies leading by 3. Outside Irving. Passes it to Wiggins. Some nice passing there by Memphis. Rejected by McCollum. And pushing it up, here's Boston. McCollum with the ball. Out of bounds. Celtics ball as Boston keeps possession.
18 seconds on the shot clock. 18.
Ingram passes to Howard. He feeds it to McCollum. None. The pass to Ingram. No one near him. And he hits the jumper to drop. He's got 9. Here's Irving.
The Grizzlies had the second best defense in the league last season after the Indiana Pacers guys, and on the perimeter, they had speed with Conley and Tony Allen inside, size and strength with Marc Gasol, who was the Defensive Player of the Year, and Zach Randolph, and they were tough to score against.
And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. And Clark, you mentioned the size inside for the Grizz. They tied for the second best rebound percentage in the league. And Steve, that was a huge area for them.
And on the perimeter, they were in the top 5 in steals, Kevin. So you talk about defense and rebounding and low post scoring. I mean, that's a really good foundation for an excellent team.
Not many teams, guys, in the East did very well against the West last season, and that in mind, you could call Boston's 14-16 record against the conference better than most.
And that one falls, and that puts them up by 1 point. And for the Celtics against the West, even in the shortened season, they were having a lot of trouble with some of the bigger lineups, Steve, more of the up-tempo teams out west.
Well, the Celtics were old and a little bit small, too. Kevin Garnett played center last year, so they played a lot of small lineups. And when you're small and you're old, sometimes, that's going to cost you, particularly on the road.
Howard!
McCollum off a pick from Antetokounmpo. Blocked. Memphis has gone 0 of 2 from deep to start things here in the second half. Pass to Randall. 3-pointer. Rebound Boston. Antetokounmpo's got his 5th rebound right now in the game.
And they've been off target now on 3 of the first 4 shots they've taken in this second half.
The Grizzlies have gotten just 1 of their first 4 shots to fall since coming out of the locker room with the break. Pass to Irving. Beyond the arc. That's good. Now it's a 4-point Grizzly lead.
That is not enough coverage. Got to do better than that defensively. Basically no coverage. I mean, defense did not look very good there.
Hey, balance it out! Shoot that!
Passes it to Ingram. 6 to shoot. And the layup's good off the glass. 11 points in the game. Memphis has gone 1 of 4 in 3-point shots here in the third. So timeout called here. The first for Memphis. The Grizzlies making a change here.
Keep it going for your Celtics dancers.
And the pass to Alexander. Walker throws it up high.
Incredible timing on the alley-oop.
He absolutely hammered it down.
And that's the play we're going to remember when this game is all said and done.
Celtics trail by 4. Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, I mean, a cold stretch offensively. They desperately need a basket. Excellent communication between teammates on the alley-oop there.
And that's where you need to pull that off.
Well, both ends of that play, just fantastic.
Inside, here's Randall. That falls. Nice feed that time from Walker. He's got 9. The Celtics have gone 3 of 6 in the third quarter, 50% from the field. Ingram passes to Barnes. Nice ball movement by Boston. And it's blocked by Randall.
You've got to like what they've been doing down there in the low post, Clark.
I do. I love it. Their rebounding has been outstanding. So important in a tight game.
That's his second personal foul.
The Grizzlies have missed 2 free throws in the game, going 5 for 7.
And they averaged about 77% from the free throw line a year ago. So this is a solid free throw shooting team.
First free throw is good. Grizzlies making a switch here. So he gets them both. Third quarter action, and just under 3.5 minutes have gone. He kicks it to Morris. A three-pointer is right on target.
Boy, they have been terrific from beyond the arc here in the second half. You look at the percentages, good numbers.
Just what the pharmacist prescribed. Those three-point bombs will erase the deficit quickly if they keep it up.
The shot's good from McGee. And the Grizzlies lead by 5.
Another bucket in the paint. That's something they just have not been able to stop today.
I think it's time to make some adjustments defensively, Clark. I mean, what they've got going right now is not getting it done.
And here's Barnes for 3. It's rebounded by Memphis.
You know, when you're an older team and you try to milk every possession, you've got to be more efficient. And over the past few years, the Celtics have failed to grab offensive rebounds, and that problem was not corrected during their disappointing 12-13 season.
The Celtics have gone 4 of 9 from the floor so far in the third. Dinwiddie passes to Morris, and that one is stuffed right through.
Boy, that's some physical basketball out there. I'm glad I'm not in the middle of that. A hard pick and an assault on the bucket.
Old school stuff there.
Yeah, there was a lot to like on that play.
Alexander, that falls. Nice feed that time from Walker. Walker's got 3 assists in the game. Well, Clark, as you said, the Celtics just didn't grab any offensive rebounds at all this last season. Dead last in the entire league in that regard. And Steve, they were getting, what, about 8 a game.
That's been the case with the Celtics for about the past 4 or 5 years. They've never been a team that concentrated on offensive rebounds, partly because they wanted good transition defense, so they didn't send more than 1 or 2 guys to the offensive glass.
Seconds left in the third quarter. Pass to on to Tacumbo. Backing in. From 11 feet away. That one off the back iron and out.
Another strong rebound, just like we've gotten used to seeing from them today.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more of those, and this lead will be double digits.
Here's Wiggins, and again it's Memphis with a 3.
Wiggins.
Third 3 in a row right there.
Adjustment time for the defense, guys.
About 7 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. None. Again, the miss by the Celtics.
I like the defense, guys, really getting a hand up and challenging shots.
Yeah, Steve, lurking on that shot, and that was a tough one.
Irving attacking. He passes to Wiggins. Dishes to Smart. Passes it to Wiggins. Oh, he hits the buzzer beater.
They're firing on all cylinders. That shot has a nice run going into the final quarter.
And here at the end of the third quarter, it's a double. double-digit ball game. Grizzlies out in front. They lead by 14. And we'll have the start of the fourth quarter for you as soon as we get back from this short break. Back as we get going here in the fourth quarter. The final quarter of play can change everything. Now let's take a moment to get your guys' take on the scoring so far for the Grizzlies.
How about the three-point shooting we're seeing so far, guys? Amazing.
Something else they've done is force a lot of mistakes defensively. They've been turning those turnovers into points.
Celtics trail by 14. Feeds to McCollum. Let's go. And he hits the jump shot. McCollum's got the fourth quarter going with the first basket of the period here for the Celtics. And there's a foul. It's on C.J. McCollum. That's his third foul of the game.
Yeah, close, but I didn't think he got on balance quickly enough.
And it's hard to draw charges as quick as players are at this level. That's not an easy bit of work there.
Outside Irving. The feed's a Smart. Clock at 6. Kicks to Irving. On deep. Shot is off. And the Celtics going the other way now. And here's the fast break. Rejected by Irving. And they'll keep possession. Here's Ingram. Nice follow through on the fadeaway.
And this game is really heated up. I didn't think it could get any more high scoring than it already was.
Well, there's always room for more offense, Steve. You know that.
Smart puts the pick in for Irving. Smooth as silk on the finger roll.
Boy, that was a rugged screen set there, fellas, and the defense didn't even try to go through that one.
Ingram passes to Howard. The dish to McCollum. The pass to Dinwiddie. And with that one, the lead is trimmed to single digits.
And that's another assist for a team that is putting on a clinic on how to share the ball.
I just love the mentality they've had. If a shot isn't there, they're not forcing anything. They're moving it side to side and working to get a good shot.
He dishes it to Smart. Tried to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Celtics trail by 9. Wide open look. No good from Ingram.
Oh, easy look there, but, you know, he misses those once in a while.
He feeds it to Irving. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
Well, some really terrific numbers for Irving. 9 points and 2 rejections.
Now getting to the free throw line and converting once he's there, along with his passing, those are the areas where he's really been strong.
Well, yeah, guys, it's basically just old school basketball he's been playing. I love it.
The first one falls. The Celtics making a switch here. And so Irving nails both of them.
Look at the free throw percentage, unblemished since halftime, Clark. That's pretty nice.
I'd go farther than that, Steve. How about perfect?
Now a timeout called by Boston.
He can't be pleased with all these easy looks they continue to give up in the paint.
They're just way too porous as a defense right now. A lot of holes in that defense. It's a good time to use the timeout here.
And now Doris Burke has an update from the sidelines.
During that break, Coach Rivers had some words for his team. He doesn't think they've been giving it their all, saying they've been quicker to rebounds, to every loose ball. We gotta wake up. The game's slipping away, and we're letting it happen. We have got to take control of this thing. We'll see if he lit a fire under him, guys.
And thank you, Doris. Pass to Bogdanovich. The Celtics working the ball around now. Boston, no good that time either.
Well, it's the edge they've had in that area on the glass that's played a big role in this game.
Yeah, they've got some strong guys, Steve. Guys that are strong and well put together, and they've used that strength to their advantage down low.
And it's Walker penetrating. 5 on the clock. Here's Townsend. Rebounded by McCollum. Celtics trail by 11. Gives him the lead pass. Ingram, guarded by Walker. Pass to Howard. Backing down. He kicks it to McCollum. And it's blocked by Wiggins. They retain possession. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. They turn it over. Now here's Smart. He passes to Walker. It's picked off. Here's Ingram. Good on the triple.
This guy will really make you pay if you leave him enough room outside.
Timeout called the Grizzlies.
Yeah, he definitely saw some things that were not working for them out there, and now he's going to make some adjustments.
I'm not sure what it was, but he clearly wanted something to change out there.
And the Grizzlies leading by 8. Outside, Walker. Rejected by Ingram. Now here's McCollum, defended by Smart. And McCollum with the slam.
Oh, man, they needed a run to get back into this game, and they got it.
And a good one, defensively and offensively. It's been a terrific stretch for him.
Now Smart. Outside, Walker. Passes to Smart.
2 minutes to play in the quarter.
Back to Walker. Shot clock at 6. Lets the 3 fly. And Smart the bucket on the assist by Walker. And the Grizzlies lead by 9.
That shot becomes effortless for him when the D is so relaxed. They've got to get more intense.
Time called here. The Celtics decide to talk it over. They trail by 9. 1:52 left to play here in the fourth. .152 left in the fourth quarter. And he's going up for the alley-oop. Takes the alley-oop pass and dunks it down.
Boy, the pass there floated up to the precise spot where it needed to be.
And no messing around in the finish, huh? He powers it through.
Sure didn't waste any time there.
I'll tell you what, that is going to be an alley-oop we'll see on the highlight reel the next few days.
Nice shot by Smart.
Guys, good job working it down low and getting the high percentage look there. That's good basketball.
And there's the pass to Bogdanovich. Puts the lead pass in front of him. Dishes it to McCollum. And it's Boston with another.
C.J. McCollum.
1:25 left to play in the final quarter. Smart with the ball. Now defended by McCollum. Outside, Walker. Feeds it to Smart. And he didn't get quite enough under that one.
Even though he isn't having the best of games from the floor, it hasn't seemed to hurt him.
And that one's good. Now just a 5-point Grizzly lead.
Guys, he shot a very good percentage today, and they've needed it.
That's a 2-pointer from Walker. And the one is hammered home.
Up and in with force after the offensive rebound. I like that tenacity.
Yeah, he is so sturdy. He just battles for every rebound.
None. A putback. He hangs in there and cashes in on the second chance points.
Well, I'm impressed with the determination he showed right there, getting himself in the good position under the glass. Did his work early there.
Yeah, with the presence of mind, know just where the rebound was going to go to.
And then the nifty touch to tip it in. That was beautiful.
.35 seconds left in the fourth. And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Smart. 2 shots.
He drops the first one, and that increases their lead to 6. And so both free throws are good, and it's a 7-point game.
Well done at the free throw line. I'll tell you what, that will make things a lot easier on them if they can continue to convert.
And there's the feed to Howard.
At the line for the Celtics.
Good on the first, and that trims the lead to 6. Kyrie Irving's checked in for Kemba Walker. He's off on the free throw and able to get that second one to drop in. Outside Irving. And so they foul intentionally.
Shooting for Memphis. Kyrie Irving.
He hits the first one, and that makes it a 7-point lead. So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's an 8-point game. Time called here. The Celtics decide to talk it over. They're trailing by 8. 19 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Grizzlies making a switch here. Pass to Bogdanovich. Kicks it to Jones. Launches a 3. Rebounded by Wood. Here's Fox. So it's Memphis picking up the win. They came.
Hello and welcome to 2K Sports. You're watching the NBA. Wednesday in the NBA. It'll be the Chicago Bulls facing off against the Cleveland Cavaliers. And that's a wrap for me here in the studio. Now let's send you out to Kevin Harlan, Steve Kerr, Clark Kellogg, and
And now we take a brief check at the matchups. Our starting five for both teams. Okay, first for the Bulls. LeBron James is out there with Russell Westbrook. They've got Tristan Thompson. Each and every night, so important to utilize that size under the basket, and you know he'll be contributing in every way he can here tonight. Then it's Green, and it's Drummond in at the 4 slot. And for Cleveland, Derrick Rose is out there with Jimmy Butler. Then there's Tobias Harris, and it's Ibaka in at the 4.
He got there late, but you do have to like the aggressiveness to go after the block. But that one's going to count. Well, the Bulls battled in last year's postseason. Got a Game 7 win in Brooklyn to sneak out of round 1 in what was one of the more interesting series of the first round, but then fell to the Heat in round 2.
4 on the shot clock. LeBron, that's a 2-pointer. Rebounded by Serge Ibaka.
Yeah, no excuses there. Got a really good look at the basket after being freed up by the pick.
We say it all the time. The execution was excellent. The result not as good, but good ball movement anyway.
And for the Bulls, no Rose the whole time, and they had questions constantly being asked if he would return, but the team came together, Steve, and showed the Bulls aren't just a one-man show.
You know, they missed him, though, Kevin. I mean, desperately. I thought they performed admirably, but they really needed him against the Heat. They were able to steal Game 1 in that Eastern Conference semifinal matchup, but without him, the Bulls just didn't have enough firepower to beat Miami. I don't know of too many other players, Kevin, who have his level of concentration offensively. He just seems to have that singular focus you need as a shooter that, you know, even if a defender's all over you, you still just lock in and let it go.
And one thing about him that might not show up in the box score, but is as important as anything else, is his leadership. I mean, he sets the tone for this team, and all of his teammates follow his example.
Get this board, fellas. Get this board. Pinch here. Move back over here.
And Rose drops them both.
I tell you what, the Cavs can certainly attest to how strong the Central Division was last year. It was a big problem for the Cavs finding wins against the rest of their division mates, and they ended up last in the Central Division standings.
Now here's LeBron. LeBron gets the screen from Drummond. And Westbrook, here we go. And the shot is long.
Oh, you have to get a hand into his face because that's his range right there.
And for the Cavs, nobody expected them to win the. Oh, what a play!
Oh, look at that.
That is a
Bringing down the house.
With the pass.
You can see the eye contact there. Gave a little nod and then burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
No doubt, Clark. A pair of teammates with a terrific feel for each other out on the floor.
And what a play to make in a close game, a potential momentum builder.
Rejected by Ibaka. And that's out of bounds. Chicago will retain possession.
6 seconds on the shot clock. 6.
Westbrook.
Out of bounds. Cleveland will take possession.
I tell you what, that's just a major unforced error right there, guys. My goodness.
We're just about 2 minutes into the first quarter. Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Kevin, I had a chance to talk with head coach Eric Spoelstra. He said that their defensive focus, no surprise, will be trying to keep Derrick Rose out of the lane. He added, "You know he's come a long way as an outside shooter, but he's a pick-your-poison type of player. We can't let him get into the paint." Makes sense, Kevin.
Thanks, Doris. Now here's LeBron following the miss by Derrick Rose. That's good.
Very well done. He is a confident, dynamic scorer.
The Cavaliers have gone 2 of 3 here to start out the game. Ibaka outside. Yes, and it's Rose with the assist that time. Ibaka's got 5 points so far.
An unusual skill set for a big man. A long-range shot that gives you such good spacing offensively.
Green kicks to Westbrook. Oh, and there's the alley-oop. And it's Drummond with the jam.
Boy, the pass there floated up to the precise spot where it needed to be.
And no messing around in the finish, huh? He powers it through.
Sure didn't waste any time there.
I'll tell you what, that is going to be an alley-oop we'll see on the highlight reel the next few days.
Ibaka, no luck.
Boy, we don't see that too often. No defender on him, and he just clanks the open jumper.
LeBron kicks to Westbrook. To the inside, Drummond. An emphatic alley-oop jam. Just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. Outside Rose. Very pretty alley-oop layup.
Stupendous. I love that word. Save that one. The word and the jam. I want to see it again.
Just beautiful.
You can't top that. I love the alley-oop play. So much fun to watch.
Here's LeBron, following the score by Serge Ibaka. LeBron passes to Green. Back to LeBron. Throws down the alley-oop slam.
Really good example there of some fine interior passing before that basket.
Rose kicks to Harris. 1:44 left in the first quarter. Dishes it to Ibaka. Back to Harris. 6 to shoot. Ibaka. And Cleveland again with the bucket.
That's 4 connections and 5 tries now for him in what's been a great first quarter.
Chicago trailing here. Westbrook gets a screen from Thompson. Green dishes to Westbrook. The feed to LeBron. Back to Westbrook. Launches it. Good, and the assist goes to LeBron.
For 3.
6 points for Russell Westbrook.
Seems like guarding him on the perimeter is not a priority for this defense, but it will become one if he continues to knock them down.
Harris setting the pick for Rose. Trying to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. LeBron gets the screen from Drummond. Pass to Westbrook. Shoots. Another miss by Westbrook. Cavaliers have gone 5 of 8 from the field, shooting over 62%. Rose attacking, and Thompson sends it back. 7-second difference, shot and game clock. Green, the pass to Westbrook. Green with a screen on Butler. Kicks to LeBron. Kept alive. Outside Green. Outside Westbrook. They kick it out to Green. At the end of one, a closely contested game so far. It's the Bulls leading by a point. Let's take a quick break now, and then it's on to the second quarter after this. And the second quarter getting underway. No team gaining an edge so far. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Bulls.
Well, I like the fact they've already been getting a lot of high-quality shots in the paint.
And the other thing we're seeing is great ball movement. We're seeing a lot of good offensive execution, ball movement, player movement, setting up assists.
Chicago leading. Barrett defended by Ingles. And there's the pass to Barrett. 6 on the shot clock. Number 16. And it's blocked by Jordan. Passes it to Ingles. But 3 gets it to go.
D there, guys, was pretty much non-existent. I mean, you can't leave a good shooter like that open. Bulls had won the Central each of the last 2 seasons, but were unable to make it 3 in a row as the Pacers grabbed the Central Division title last season. Still, considering the injuries, the Bulls had a good run.
And Young kicks to Beasley. Back to Young. Uncovered. And Right on the basket. Book it.
That's good, unselfish play there because his shot was tougher. Instead, he went to his teammate.
He dishes it to Thomas. From past the arc. Can't hit. Now Chicago takes it the other way. And back to the Bulls. They went 9-7 in division last year, Steve, and kept pace with the Pacers for a while for the title, but never could really close the gap.
Seems like the Bulls are always in the mix for the Central Division title. I mean, since the realignment in 2004, the Bulls have never finished in the bottom of this division, and more often than not, they're in one of the top 2 spots.
And let's catch up with our sideline reporter, Doris Burke. Doris, over to you.
Well, gentlemen, despite what you might have heard from the talking heads, it was another great season for D. Wade. Last season, leading all shooting guards in player efficiency rating. A natural slasher, he's adjusted brilliantly to playing without the ball in his hands. Coach Eric Spoelstra said, quote, "The evolution of his game has been stark in terms of added weapons and dimensions over the years. His development in that post-up game has allowed that to happen. His movement and cutting off the ball tripled what it used to be. That took an understanding and an IQ of how to get involved when the ball wasn't in his hands. Guys, the great ones always find a way."
They definitely do. Thanks, Doris. Timeout is called. First of the game for the Cavaliers.
You feel pumped up now?
We got this. We got this.
We're about a minute and a half into the second quarter now. Here's Ingles. Rebound by the Bulls.
Well, the shot was there for him, and he had to take it. I don't care if he didn't convert it. He's got to take that every time.
Tatum. Out of bounds. Cleveland takes possession.
Remains Cleveland ball.
And the Cavaliers making a change here.
Anthony Rozier.
The Cavaliers trailing. And here is Beal. Hasn't scored yet. That I'm sure will change. Rozier. Once again off the mark by Cleveland. The Bulls have gotten only one of their first 4 shots in the second quarter to drop. Young, good look. DeAndre Jordan grabs the miss.
I thought he'd make that one. That's his range, and the defense nowhere to be seen.
Rozier, defended by Barrett. He feeds it to Jordan. And the shot is good. Jordan's got his first points of the game.
Good ball movement. He put that pass in the ideal spot, right where it needed to be.
And the first time out of the game called for Chicago.
You know, the Cavs have been very mindful of remaining flexible in terms of the salary cap. And when you do this, you set yourself up to perhaps make a big splash in free agency at some point, and you know what's coming. They might have a chance to re-sign LeBron in 2014 with how their books look.
And the Bulls making a change here. Gordon's checked in. We're just over 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. Tatum goes back up. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
Well, you allow them to get right to the rim like that. That's your only option.
Yeah, I think you got to foul them, and free throws are better than a layup.
And that had been the rumor for a while. The Cavaliers looking to maybe mend some bridges and bring LeBron back into the mix when he hits free agency next year. Their books are certainly in order for it, Steve, and it might happen.
There you go.
Hey, you never know. I mean, nobody expected LeBron to leave in the first place, so why not give yourself an opportunity? You are in his backyard in terms of LeBron's hometown. So I like what the Cavs have done. They've added young talent, but they've maintained flexibility just in case.
Good on both.
Well, I tell you what, you consider all the injuries the Bulls had last year, and you look at the 34-18 mark against the Eastern Conference, and it's absolutely remarkable considering what they had to go through personnel-wise.
Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give them 2 chances at the free throw line here. The Cavaliers have had 2 chances at the line already, making them both.
Well, this was a very consistent free throw shooting team a year ago. They shot about 79%.
You know, Kevin, they would love to post a similar percentage again this season. I mean, I think that's safe to say they'd love to shoot free throws as well as they did a year ago.
Bulls making a switch here. Beasley's checked in, and the Bulls with another miss. And back to the Bulls in the East. It wasn't just one guy who stepped in the shoes of Rose or the departed Ashik. It was a group effort.
You know, you looked at the roster last year, you kind of scratch your head. You go, how is this team going to get to the second round without Derrick Rose? But they did it with a group of role players, with a front line that was tough and nasty and rebounded well, and with great coaching, too.
Not much the defense can do once he gets to the bucket.
And the Bulls making a change here. The Bulls have been solid at the line so far, 4 for 4.
Well, pretty good numbers for this club a year ago, Kevin. 78% as a team from the free throw line.
And DeAndre Jordan throws it down.
Incredible timing on the alley-oop.
He absolutely hammered it down.
And that's the play we're going to remember when this game is all said and done.
Here's Westbrook. After the made shot from Jordan. Westbrook dishes to Beasley. Back to Westbrook. Left side Gordon. And that comes off the assist by Russell Westbrook. The Cavaliers trail by 3. We've got 1:55 left in the first half of the game. And Beal kicks to Horford. Some nice passing by Cleveland here. Beal's shot is good. Beal's got himself on the board with 3 there.
There is no way a player like him can be left wide open like that. Did you pay attention to the scouting report? A surreal alley-oop that time, partner.
The pass, Clark, the catch, the dunk, all of it perfect.
Precision at its finest.
Man, and it all had to be perfect and in precision. That's not nearly as easy as they made it look.
Young passes to Westbrook. Shoots it up. And that one hits back iron. Cleveland's gone 2 for 5 from three-point land since the end of the first. Rozier, defended by Gordon. Outside Anthony. He passes it to Jordan. Working on Beasley. Shot clock at 6. Rozier. Shot denied.
I'd like to see them go 2 for 1 here.
I would too. They need to make this a quick possession and a fruitful one too.
Outside Gordon. From the arc. But they get it back. Young from outside. Good. Young's got 6 points in the quarter.
Boy, they are passing the ball very crisply right now.
They sure are. That's 3 straight buckets that have come off of assists.
Westbrook against Beal. Horford kicks to Beal. Nailed from three-point land. Beal's got 6.
How about that for a response?
They will say they can give the 3 as well as they can take the 3.
Young's shot is off. Got it off in time, but it's no good. Close game as we wrap up the second quarter. Bulls lead by 2. And we'll be back right after halftime to get the third quarter underway.
Now, presented by Sprint.
All right, I hope you're enjoying this Wednesday of NBA action. Let's get to the halftime report. The Bulls are in a close one against the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're crashing the offensive glass with reckless intensity, tremendous hustle. Russell Westbrook off to a good start. After 2, he's got 6 points, and as usual, he's been handing out a lot of assists. But the Cavaliers also came to play. Sharp shooting from downtown, they're raining triples nonstop. DeAndre Jordan playing with confidence. After two, he's got 6 points. And on the defensive side of the floor, he's definitely been contributing with some focused defensive work. That's all we've got here. Now, back to Kevin, Steve, Clark, and Doris for the second half.
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
Welcome back to Los Angeles in a bird's eye view from above the Staples Center.
Ibaka playing well. He has 9 points, and he put 1 3-pointer on the board.
Going forward, I think it'd be a good idea to let him spend a little more time behind the arc. He looks like he has a nice touch from out there.
Here's Westbrook. Green with a screen for Westbrook. LeBron, that's a 2-pointer, and that comes off the assist by Russell Westbrook. Westbrook's got 6 assists in the game. Rose off the pick from Ibaka. Rose dishes to Ibaka. Hits the jumper in space. Ibaka's got 11. Chicago leading. Westbrook with it. 6 points for him. LeBron James on the wing. Drummond slams it back in.
Another bucket in the paint. That's something they just have not been able to stop today.
I think it's time to make some adjustments defensively, Clark. I mean, what they've got going right now is not getting it done.
Now here's Rose. Outside Butler. There's the dish to Ibaka. Cleveland needs to get a shot off here. Unloads. Shots good from Butler. Butler's got his second basket.
You know, Kevin, he's not always looking to put up big numbers, but he's doing a nice job here.
Feeds to Thompson. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot. The Bulls shooting their 6th and 7th free throw attempts tonight.
Taking 2 shots.
That free throw good from Thompson.
I got shooter. Here we go. We're going to push it on the miss. We're going to push it on the miss. Stay with the rebound.
He doesn't get the second one. The Cavaliers trail by 3. Ibaka with the screen on Green. A look from Harris. And it's LeBron James with the rebound. Bulls have gone 2 of 3 from the field to start the second half. Pass to Westbrook. Good, and the assist goes to LeBron. 8 points for Russell Westbrook.
And their offense is flowing. It's clicking right now at the beginning of the second half. They've made 3 of their first 4 attempts.
Timeout called the Cavaliers. And as with any timeout at this point of the game, important to go over the strategies that are working and those that are needed in terms of adjustments. And, of course, the opportunity, guys, to get hydrated with Gatorade before coming back onto the floor. We've seen some good action so far, and there's more of it to come.
Yeah, this game has been physical. It's been fast. It's been high-paced. So anytime you're in a situation like this where it's really a hard-fought game, critical to keep yourself hydrated throughout.
And now around 2 minutes gone by in this half. Cleveland moving the ball around. Thompson against Butler. Ibaka. He kicks it to Harris. Just 5 to shoot. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Bulls will take it.
A temporary lapse of focus from him on that turnover. It's embarrassing, but on occasion it does happen.
The Bulls leading by 5. Chicago calls timeout. To the paint. Here's Drummond. And so he draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2.
That's his second.
He's really giving them fits. They just can't find an answer for Drummond. He's got 8 points, and he's added a steal to his stat line also.
Now, that's obviously not a big number, but, you know, he's been doing some valuable defensive work for him.
And no good on the second free throw, so he goes 0 for 2 there.
This offense's first miss after 3 straight makes to start the second half.
Dishes it to Harris. He's against Green. Here's Feet, defended by Drummond. With his first shot attempt, and that one's good.
Some big points there. I mean, they got him on a nice play to get the ball right to the bucket.
That's what they're looking for down the stretch, Clark. More of the same. Get it inside.
Now, here's Green. Back to LeBron.
Westbrook.
The feed to Green. Clock at 6. The Bulls need to get a shot off here. Here's LeBron. And again, Chicago. No good. They grab their own miss. And they convert it last on attempt number 3. LeBron's got 8 points. The Cavaliers trail by 5. Goes off the big from Ibaka. Leaps for it. And stolen by Drummond. Butler against LeBron. Teardrop shot. Puts up the baby hook. It's rebounded by Cleveland. Outside Rose.
You see the eye contact there. Gave a little nod and then burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
No doubt, Clark. A pair of teammates with a terrific feel for each other out on the floor.
And what a play to make in a close game. A potential momentum builder.
LeBron outside. We've got 1:55 left to play in the third. Shot clock at 6. Drummond.
Showing us a little force on that putback, Kev.
Well, there was no way he was going to let that chance slip away.
No, sir.
You got to love his positioning. As the shot went up, he anticipated that play.
Harris outside. No good on the 3. The Bulls leading by 5. Westbrook kicks to LeBron. Outside Green. Outside Westbrook. Pass to Thompson. Got it. Good job in the low post. We've got 1:08 left in the third. Clark, they've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a little bit of cottonmouth here. Dry spell for sure.
Rose goes in. Drummond with the block. Here's Green. Left side Westbrook. From the corner, it's Chicago with another bucket.
Yeah, and guys, it's his consistent shooting that's really helped get his team into a position they're in right now.
Back to Butler. Eaton, defended by Drummond. Shot clock at 5. Rose kicks to Ibaka. Back to Rose. This one for 3. It's Drummond with the rebound. Drummond's got rebound number 8 here tonight in the game.
Just an enormous advantage for them on the boards.
Guys, the key to the lead, to me, has been they've dominated the glass. It's that simple.
They kick it out to Green. Back to LeBron. Outside, Green. Fires the 3. Yes, and it's LeBron picking up the assist. LeBron's got 3 assists now in this one. Well, through 3 quarters of play. And we're rolling here again with the fourth quarter. Might not come down to the wire, but you never know. In a moment now to quickly take a look at the offensive approach for the Bulls.
Well, the great passing we saw in the first half has carried right over into the second.
You know, they're taking care of business in the paint, too. Those are valuable points they've been getting down low. The screenplay worked ideally there, and I'm not talking about the screenplay you see in a movie theater. He gave him more than enough room to get that shot off.
Back to Westbrook. Tatum. Offensive rebound. Number 16. Soft touch off the glass. And the Bulls lead by 11.
They've done a terrific job of getting offensive rebounds and then converting those here in the second half. I mean, it's one thing to get the offensive rebound, but they've turned them all into points.
Now, here's Thomas. Kicks it to Harris. Elbow shot. No luck. And the Bulls going the other way now. Tatum, he's guarded by Thomas. Here's Thompson. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
For Chicago, Tristan Thompson.
That free throw, no good. Bulls making a switch here. And he sinks the second. The Cavaliers trail by 12. And the Cavaliers call time here.
Well, you got to put a body on your man when the shot goes up. That's just fundamental basketball. They're giving up way too many offensive rebounds.
And now Doris Burke has an update from the sidelines.
Hi, guys. Over that break, I was able to catch the message Tom Thibodeau was giving to his team. He got after them and told them to turn up the intensity, saying we've put ourselves in a corner, and now we've got to fight our way out. Show me what you have. Let's see if we've got what it takes, guys.
Jimmy Butler, he's checked in for Cleveland.
Hey, right here.
We've gone about a minute and a half into the fourth quarter. Here's Feet. Out to Harris. Working on Green. Butler goes in. 6 to shoot. Here's Feet. And easy 2 points on the layup.
Strong rebounding, and he's rewarded with the easy putback.
The Bulls leading by 10. And the official signaled the backcourt violation. Not very careful there.
He had pretty much played mistake-free basketball up to that point. That's really the only time he's turned it over so far.
Andre Drummond's checked in for Chicago. Rose against LeBron. Harris passes to Ibaka. He dishes it to Rose. LeBron with the block. Green kicks to LeBron. Westbrook a screen on Rose. Green dishes to LeBron. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Westbrook. Can he keep it going? And he sinks that one, hitting the back of the rim on the way in. And the Bulls lead by 12. The Cavaliers have gone 2 for 5 on field goal attempts in the fourth quarter. Butler against Westbrook. Shots good by Butler.
You know, with the expectations low for him, he can provide a nice lift when he does put the ball in the basket.
The Bulls leading by 10. Here's Westbrook. Somehow ignores the tight D and gets the layup.
You know, he operates so well close to the bucket. There's nothing he likes more than seeing an opening inside.
What a move.
Tore it down that time.
Just floating to the rim on that slam.
Boy, when he gets up and stays up.
Boy, smooth and graceful. How about the hang time? That's impressive.
And we're about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter. The pass to LeBron. Drummond sets the screen for LeBron. But they recover it. Passes to Westbrook. 6 on the shot clock. Green inside the three-point line. Jump shot is good. And the Bulls lead by 12.
And a nice jump for their offense in the second half. They're now up above 50% shooting for the game.
You see, it's no surprise to see them in the lead. I mean, when you score efficiently like that, you keep a lot of pressure on the other team.
The Bulls leading by 9. Now here's LeBron.
I see him.
Outside Westbrook. Back to LeBron.
And you love the concentration. Gets hit, but stays with the play.
Yeah, he showed a lot right there. Plenty of concentration, finding a way to get that shot to fall.
That's it.
Cleveland now, time running out. Rose kicks to Butt. Back to Rose. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. The free throw drops for Rose.
2 shots.
And Rose drops them both.
Thank you, Cleveland!
1:25 left to play here in the fourth. Rose against LeBron. And he makes no mistake on the slam dunk. Well, guys, for a point guard, he can punch it.
Yes, sir. I mean, that would have been unheard of about a decade and a half ago, Kevin, seeing a guy bounce like that at his side.
Good point.
Times have changed, though, because we got guards all over the league who can play way above the rim.
Boy, they needed that last rebound. They haven't done well on the boards overall, but that one was huge.
Still fighting for the win here. Westbrook up top, defended by Butler. They kick it out to Green. He feeds it to Drummond. Ibaka on him. From the post. And it's good on the layup.
And they're not finished yet. They're going to make sure about this win.
Yeah, that's how you close out a game, Steve.
Butler kicks to Harris. From deep three-point range, another 3 for Cleveland.
That shot becomes effortless for him when the D is so relaxed. They've got to get more intense.
Defensive foul.
And despite the fact they've been beaten on the boards, this one is still close.
Kevin, they're still in it.
First free throw is good, and that will push the lead to double digits. So Chicago ends up going with the new group. Second free throw, no good that time. He really wanted that one.
And that should be enough to get the job done, even though he didn't get all of them.
Shot's good.
They are killing them with that three-point shot here in the second half.
Well, the defense fully stretched out trying to stop that shot and still not able to get it done.
The Bulls have gone 7 of 9 from the field down the stretch here in the fourth quarter. Terrific shooting. Rejected by Barrett. The dish to Westbrook.
Go pick up your man.
And so it's Chicago winning this one. Both teams played well, but these guys had the edge.
Yeah, I think so. They were just steak knife sharp. Very on top of their game here.
Welcome to the NBA here on 2K Sports. Wednesday in the NBA. It'll be the Sacramento Kings facing off against the Los Angeles Clippers. And that's a wrap for me here in the studio. Now let's send you out to Kevin Harlan, Steve Kerr, Clark Kellogg, and Doris Burke.
Welcome, sports fans. Thanks for joining us. With Steve Kerr and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan. And it's time for... And now we take a brief check at the matchups. Our starting five for both teams. First for the Kings. They've got Turner. He'll be battling under the boards to get the job done, both on offense and defense. And there's Klay Thompson, and it's Aldridge in at the 4 spot. And for the Clippers, and playing at center, a ferocious rebounder with tremendous skills to match out of UCLA, Kevin Love. Then there's Kawhi Leonard, and it's Williamson in at the power forward.
That's his first personal foul. First team foul.
Outside Aldridge. He kicks it to Thompson. Leonard with the steal.
Boy, you want to talk about a long bomb. I mean, good luck catching that thing cleanly.
And the layup's good off the glass.
He's so reliable. You know, his offense seems to be consistently there for this team.
Yeah, guys, did you know that the Clippers winning the Pacific Division last year was the first time it's ever happened? Yeah, you heard it right.
Good point, Clark.
That's the first time the Clippers have ever won the Pacific Division.
And let's get this update now from Doris Burke, who's across the way on the sideline.
Hey, Kevin, when George Karl and I were able to chat a moment ago, he talked about the respect he has for the game of LaMarcus Aldridge and how tough it will be for them to slow him down, saying Aldridge is tough because he can score facing up or with his back to the basket. And with his length, it's tough to bother his shot. We'll look to deny him the ball when we can and just try to make it as hard as possible every touch. Kevin, we'll see how successful they are.
And as always, Doris, thank you. And what a time to be a Clipper fan these days, guys, with the way they've climbed to the very top of the Pacific Division. And, Steve, they've done it by beating up on the rest of the teams in that Pacific.
Well, Golden State gave them some trouble, Kevin, but otherwise they really rolled against the rest of the Pacific Division. And I'll tell you, it became clear within a few months last season that the Clips were going to run away with the Pacific, and what a long time coming for Clipper fans.
4 on the shot clock. Right at the free throw line. No good from Lane.
Major defensive lapse right there. I mean, he's not a player you can leave open for a jump shot. You've got to stay attached to him. They're lucky he couldn't punish them for it. Man, I don't know what happened right there. He just basically walked out of bounds.
The Kings have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start this one so far.
Come get it, come get it.
Here's Murray, defended by Paul. Here's a bit. Smooth as silk on the finger roll.
Yeah, off to a rough start. Just doesn't seem to have the rhythm with his shot.
LA's gone 2 of 2 from 3-point range here in the first quarter. Shot on the wing. Paul's shot is off.
Well, they're shooting 75% here early on, even with that miss.
Dives for it. There's the steal. Now the Clippers moving it up. Tries to keep it alive. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Clippers will retain possession.
Los Angeles ball. 15 seconds on the shot clock. 15.
Pass to Booker. Clippers moving the ball around. Here's Williamson. Makes it off the glass.
And they're nearly perfect from the floor early on. 4 of their first 5 shots they've drained.
Here's Murray. Aldridge's screen. Lots of room. That one goes. Count it.
That was an outstanding pick that gave him the room to bury the jump shot. Underrated, but not undervalued.
Paul with the ball. Now guarded by Murray. Paul kicks to Leonard. Back to Paul. Launches it. Again the miss by Paul. The Kings trail by 4. Passes it to Murray. The feather touch on the finger roll. Beautiful.
That finish brings me back to the old days, the silky smooth finger roll.
Paul dishes to Booker. And counts the basket. He was fouled, and he's going to the line for one more.
That's his first personal
You know, there's
foul.
no fear out of him, guys. I mean, going straight to the hoop against a much bigger defender, he's got a lot of heart.
And the Kings will go for a different look here.
There's no question the big news for the Sacramento Kings is they're still the Sacramento Kings. After a nail-biting last couple of years, they saw the team flirt with moving to Virginia, Anaheim, Las Vegas, Seattle. Finally, a new ownership group committed to keeping the team in Sac.
The pass to Bertens. Oh, my. He'll go to the line with a chance for a 4-point play.
Personal foul.
It's going to be on Blake Griffin. Tyler, he's checked in for the Clippers. And for all the Kings fans, what a great victory. Former three-time NBA All-Star and Sacramento native son, Mayor Kevin Johnson, instrumental in securing financing for the new arena, and Steve campaigning with the league's owners to keep the team in Northern California.
I think it surprised everyone, Kevin. Seattle made such a strong bid. I think most people felt the team would end up in Seattle, but Johnson did his job. Sacramento stepped up to the plate, and I think it's great that the Kings get to keep their team, and hopefully Seattle will end up with one in the next couple of years.
Boy, they're fortunate. The defense was taking a big chance, leaving him that wide open behind the arc.
The Clippers have gone. On 5 of 8 from the field, shooting over 62%. Griffin kicks to Hayward for 3, and that one's good. Beverly's got himself going there, his first points of the game on the deep ball.
Oh, he's going to keep banging those home if you give him that much space.
Get it going.
Speed defended by Hayward. Shot clock at 5. Pass to Bertens. A 3-ball. That's good. He has 7.
How about the response? Retaliation. Impressive, huh, guys?
I'll say exactly that as well. Nice job to recover those 3 points right away.
Kick it out, kick it out.
Now Hayward. There's the dish to Tyler. Griffin. The feed to Tyler. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot. 6 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Speed. And the go-ahead bucket, no good. Clippers have gone 6 of 10 from the field in this ballgame. And Tyler kicks to Hayward. He passes to Beverly. He dishes it to Hayward. The putback cleans up the mess with the savage putback flush.
No tip required when you've got room to make the stuff.
Has some powerful second chance points right there.
Yeah, he wasn't wasting any time. Straight back up.
Well, it's been a tight one so far as we get the second quarter going back here. And let's take a moment, guys, to get your take on the scoring so far for the Clippers.
Boy, the 3-point shot has really been dropping for him early on.
And the other thing they're doing is forcing a lot of turnovers, and that's helping them to get easy points at the other end.
And stolen by White. Lever covered by Rubio. Passes it to Bertens. Lets the 3 fly. Can't hit.
Well, I tell you what, that's fantastic defense on one of the best 3-point shooters in the league. The key there was not to give him much space before he took that shot.
And that's the only way to stop him, Clark. The defender has to be all over him with a hand in his face.
And Davis can't get it to go.
Usually, if he gets to the rim, he's converting it into points. But the defense stood tall there.
And the basket by Rubio.
Took advantage of some shoddy defense there. They've got to at least get a finger on it.
Right a screen. Lever, defended by Beverly. Pulls up, high post, and that one's good.
That's a clean look they gave him there, fellas, and he drains those.
And the Clippers decide to take their first timeout here. And we're now about a minute and a half into the second quarter.
Well, the business of the NBA in pretty good stead. The Kings sold back in May for a record price of $525 million, and the Seattle group had offered even more. Team value certainly on the rise around the league. Better arenas, more lucrative TV contracts. Part of the reason that's the case.
No good from Lane.
Great defense there. You really have to challenge him at that range.
Booker the pass to Rubio. Booker dishes to Love. Gets it to go.
That's been a big part of their offense in the early stages. I mean, their success working the ball inside and getting points from close range, right at the rim.
And I would continue to do it. Force the defense to maybe send a double team. Now you've got other options to work with offensively.
And back to the bidding war for the Kings with the great offer from the Seattle group. Steve, do you think there's a chance that they could expand to Seattle?
I think so, especially with that tremendous offer that the Seattle group put forward. And now the new CBA, it's made it much more favorable for the owners. I think in the next few years, we will see at least one expansion team, maybe two.
He's one of the best in the league at that. Even with just a tiny sliver, he always seems to find a way to get it up and in.
Chris Paul is checked in for Ricky Rubio.
Well, with him, what immediately comes to mind is the long-range shooting. I mean, he can knock down shots from anywhere, and, of course, that forces the defense to locate him at all times.
And let's not leave out another branding mark of his status as much in the clutch. When the big shot's needed to win a ball game, everybody in the building knows he's going to take it. Doesn't make any difference, though. He still finds a way to knock it down.
Here's Murray. Feeds to Turner. Out to Thompson. Just 4 to shoot. Here's Murray. It's good. This game is all even.
You know, when he scores buckets like that, Kevin, it just shows that he can bring some of that X factor for his team.
Leonard sets a screen for Paul. Tipped. And it's out of bounds. The Clippers able to retain possession here.
Remains Los Angeles ball. 15 seconds on the shot clock. 15.
Pull. Here's Booker. The good-looking shot from the wing. Booker's got 8 points.
Boy, you can't run an inbounds play any better than that right there.
Aldridge with a screen on Paul. Murray the pass to Aldridge. The pass to Levin. The finger roll finish at the bucket.
Even with the D lurking, he made it look easy with the soft finger roll.
And it's Paul penetrating. Can't connect from short range.
Well, those chances are almost always 2 points for him. I guess the defense did what it had to do to bother him.
Fast break, here we go. Here's Booker. And so he draws the foul on the shot, a trip to the line to shoot 2.
That's his first
And the defense fouling there to prevent that layup, forcing 2 free throws here.
Nice job that time of attacking the paint and drawing the contact. They'll take that.
He's gone 1 of 1 in the game so far from the line. The first free throw is good.
You know, for a long time, people would look at Staples as the Lakers' home where the Clippers just happened to be sharing space. But the Clippers let everybody know that they called this Staples Center home as well last year. And I thought they were a force in front of their rabid fans.
Well, Clark, as you said, the Clippers really starting to make waves on the landscape here in L.A. as they surpassed the Lakers in wins last season. You know, a big part of that was, Steve, their ability to win here at home.
Yeah, 32 wins here at Staples, and when they got out and ran, this place was really rocking. And this Clipper team has a roster full of guys that can make a play that ignites a crowd. And some new additions this year, new coaching staff. A lot going on for this Clipper team.
Pass to Williamson. Turner covering. A jump hook. No good from Williamson.
Boy, they were ready for him right there. I mean, totally collapsed the defense on it.
Murray the pass to Turner. Murray defended by Booker. 1:11 left to play here in the second quarter. 5 to shoot. Lane passes to Murray. Fires the 3. A rebound by Kevin Love.
It has not been an easy quarter for him, at least offensively speaking.
Outside Leonard. Lane with his first shot attempt. Here's Love. Lays it up and banks it in. Love's got his second basket of the game.
You know, they haven't been able to open up a big lead, but the rebounds are starting to add up for them. They may be able to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, they've been doing the dirty work inside, Steve, playing a very tough brand of basketball.
Passes it to Murray. Puts up a three. Sacramento again missing.
He has not been on his game, and, you know, their deficit isn't totally on him, but he has not helped the situation.
Here's Williamson. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact, and he'll shoot two.
That's his second personal foul.
The Clippers have made 3 free throws so far. Haven't missed any.
Well, this is a good free throw shooting team a year ago. They hit about 79% of their free throws as a unit.
You know, success at the line just became contagious for them. A few guys got on a roll, and it carried over to the rest of the team.
That's good from Williamson. And the Kings making a change here.
You got it out. Get you the pitch down there. I got shoot it. I'm outlet. I got bag, big. Here we go. I got my man.
And he makes the first, but misses the second.
The 2-possession lead is what they were looking for there, so they can deal with that one miss.
And the first half ends in a close one. Clippers
Now, presented by Sprint.
It's Hump Day.
The Sprint halftime report, presented by Sprint.
And as we resume a beautiful nighttime view of Los Angeles, and in blue there, our venue, the Staples Center. Really an incredible game from Booker.
Well, he's seeing the court so well tonight. He's made some phenomenal passes here in the game so far in that first half.
You know, some folks say he's not a playmaker, but he's dispelling all of that nonsense.
13 seconds on the shot clock. 13.
Here's Murray. Back to Aldridge. Here's Booker. He's covered by Murray. And Booker kicks to Paul. Out of bounds, Sacramento takes possession.
You know, for so long, the Clippers were on the bottom rung of the ladder in the West, almost were a joke in the conference, but their fortunes have changed dramatically in the past few years, and now they're a team that's respected and feared.
And there's the pass to Murray. From past the arc, gets it to go.
Murray.
7 points in the game.
There is no way a player like him can be left wide open like that. Did you pay attention to the scouting report?
Well, Clark, you said the Clippers have really flipped the Western Conference upside down over the last few years, and you're right. They have done it with, you know, Steve Style, to say the least. You know, they've got now also a very deep team.
Well, a 35-17 record against the West was enough to secure them their division and advantage in the first round. You have to remember, too, that they were without some of their big stars last season, so if they can stay healthy and really take advantage of what they have, this could be a lot of fun.
And it's Paul penetrating, hit his leg. And the official saying it was kicked. Los Angeles calls timeout.
Attention, Staples Center. Please give a big round of applause for your Spirit Dance team.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street,
Give it up.
Just over a minute and a half played here in the third. And Leonard backs down. Fades back. And yes, sir, that one drops. And it's a 7-point Clipper lead.
Well, we've seen that more than a few times. An easy bucket in the lane.
Yeah, the interior defense simply has been lifeless.
So the Kings call timeout. They're first. Past 11, lets it go with a 3. That's good. He has 7.
The defenders need to talk to each other. The communication lacking there on that three-pointer.
Pass to Williamson. Out of bounds, Sacramento will take possession.
Such a careless pass. You've got to keep your head in the game here.
And the Clippers making a change here. Griffin's checked in. Here's Murray, 7 points in the game. Pass to Aldridge. Thompson outside. And he uses the glass on the layup. And now just a 2-point Clipper lead. The Clippers have gone 2 of 3 from the field to start the second half. Now here's Paul. He's covered by Murray. Paul dishes to Leonard. Misses the wing J. The Kings have gone 3 of 5 to start the second half, developing a nice rhythm out there.
Sacramento really had a lot of problems finding consistency game to game, and it showed up when they would have to take on other teams in the West. Just didn't look quite as cohesive and as desperate to win as the rest of the conference, and that ends up costing you games.
I'm open right here.
And fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot 2. That one on Thompson. Well, Clark, as you said, the Kings struggled against the West, really against Western teams not in their division. They would play the division tough, but didn't do much against, Steve, the other 2 Western divisions.
Well, they only won 14 games against the rest of the conference, which was the fewest of any team in the West last year. But of those 14 wins, 7 came against the Pacific. So that's kind of interesting when you look at the disparity between their wins.
I got shooter. Here we go. We're going to push it on the miss. We're going to push it on the miss. Stay with the rebound.
And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
Hey, I think we all knew that the Clippers were good last year, but we really took notice when they rattled off those 17 wins in a row in December. That was a franchise record, which had previously been 11, and that's when the league really took notice.
Lever. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. Well, it was the year of the win streak last season with Miami doing what they did and Denver getting hot as well. But, you know, Steve, the Clippers had the first lengthy win streak and turned some heads earlier in the season.
Yeah, what was that, about 17 games in a row they won? And I thought that kind of established the Clippers in the West, put a little fear in the rest of the conference, and gave L.A. a swagger that helped them get through the rest of the season.
Well, when it came to getting wins away from Sacramento last year, the Kings were anything but kings of the road. Only came away with 8 wins as the visiting team last year, and that puts them near the bottom of the league in win total.
And the Kings making a change here. Allen's checked in, and Rubio kicks to Beverly. Clock at 6. Rubio, he feeds it to Beverly. Here's the 3. They get it again. Here's Williamson, goes back up, and he sinks the layup. 7 points in the game.
The defense has not been able to keep the ball out of the paint at that end of the floor.
Boy, I'd like to know how many of their attempts have come from inside 5 feet. It seems like everything is right at the rim.
Thompson misses. And back to the Kings on the road for a second. That total of 8 road wins had them tied for the fewest in the entire Western Conference, Steve, along with the Suns.
It's not a surprise when a team is just bad, when they don't have an identity. There's no way you're going to be competitive on the road. They didn't defend, and they were selfish with the ball. Other than that, they were fantastic.
Out to White. from downtown. It's rebounded by Beverly.
Kind of rare to see him come up empty on a wide open look.
Stolen by Allen. Lever. Smooth as silk on the finger roll. Lever's got 5 now.
Boy, the D has to show a little more fight on the interior than they did on that trip. They've got a battle inside.
Well, this game has been tough, Clark. I mean, they're getting after it, and I think they're starting to run a little bit low on energy, possibly.
The Kings trail by 3. Kicks it to White. Dishes to Aldridge. Back to White. Some nice ball movement here by the Kings. For the tie. Here's Allen. The shot misses. Nice D from Griffin. The Clippers have gone an even 50% from the floor here in the third quarter. 4 of 8. Beverly the pass to Griffin. An easy 2 points on the layup. And now it's a 5-point Clipper lead.
They're straying away from the three-point game here in the second half. And that's fine as long as they're on the lead and they're getting good shots. They've decided not to take nearly as many three-pointers in this half.
And it's White missing.
Boy, you wonder what the score of this game would be if they weren't pulling down all these rebounds.
Love what I'm seeing from them in the paint.
And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. The Clippers have put up good numbers at the charity stripe, converting 6 of 7. Second free throw, no good. Davis with it. And out of bounds as the Clippers gain possession.
Kevin Love.
The third quarter comes to a close. Clippers ahead. We've got a great game on our hands as we welcome you back. The fourth quarter of action getting started. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach so far that we've seen for the Clippers?
I like the way they've gotten to the foul line throughout the game, guys. Those are important points.
The number of second chance points they've gotten is also impressive. I mean, they've kept so many possessions alive with offensive rebounds.
Here's Booker. Outside Leonard. Defended by Lane. Here's Booker. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Leonard. No good with the triple. The Kings trailed by 4. Murray the pass to Davis. Now Murray. It counts. And the foul.
Chris Paul.
Chris Paul picks up that
personal foul.
And the Kings making a change here. Griffin's checked in.
That's it.
Clippers with the ball. Leonard sets a screen for Paul. He kicks it to Booker. Griffin. The feed now to Booker. Outside Leonard. Back to Griffin. And that basket is going to count. Goaltending, the official call.
He thought he had that one clean, but the ref saw it differently. They'll count the basket.
Allen's checked in for Turner. The Kings trail by 3. Now Murray. Here's Huffin. And he hits it to tie the game up.
I'm not sure who was supposed to pick him up, but somebody's going to get an earful from the coach for leaving him that wide open.
Paul kicks to Griffin. Aldridge on him. There's the dish to Leonard. He passes to Booker. For the 3. Can't get it to go. Now Sacramento takes it the other way. Lane passes to Murray. To take the lead. Cannot hit. Clippers have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. Paul with the ball. Now guarded by Murray. And Kawhi Leonard with the slam.
Incredible timing on the alley-oop.
He absolutely hammered it down.
And that's the play we're going to remember when this game is all said and done.
Allen passes to Murray. Lovin defended by Booker. And the pass to Murray. Three-pointer. And the call will be against LaMarcus Aldridge. That's his third foul of the game. Kevin Love's checked in for the Clippers.
Kevin Love.
Just over 2.5 minutes played now here in the final quarter of regulation. Here's Booker, defended by Lane. Gets the bucket. And now it's a 4-point Clipper lead.
I don't know what's happening to their defense. I mean, they don't have any effort, any purpose.
And it's really costing them. I mean, the last 5 baskets at that end have been on very easy looks.
Timeout called by the Kings. Have to like what we're seeing so far from Booker.
He's definitely rolling offensively. You might not be able to stop him, but you got to find a way to contain him.
All right, let's go over to the sideline with Doris Burke.
Yes, guys, Mike Budenholzer had some words for his team. He told the guys that for now, he wants to see them back off the three-point shot, saying all our offense doesn't need to come from perimeter jump shots. Let's get the ball inside for some high percentage looks.
And thank you for that, Doris. Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Aldridge with it. Chris Paul covering. Aldridge kicks to Thompson. 6 to shoot. Shot from 12. Nice D from Griffin.
They've done a great job of controlling the boards in this one, Kevin.
Here's Leonard, and that one is stuffed right through.
Boy, oh boy, to be young again. My, oh my. Got me thinking back to my days.
Oh, yeah, right. It does make you nostalgic, doesn't it? Oh, man.
Yep, reminds me a lot of myself in my younger days, too, guys. Oh, wait, maybe none.
Clippers leading by 4. And Booker kicks to Griffin. Aldridge on him. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot. And Clark, as you were saying, even though it's close, they really have had inside presence.
Right as always, partner.
At the line for 2.
The free throw drops for Griffin.
You got it out. Make sure the pitch down there.
Both free throws good from Griffin. The Kings trail by 6. Here's Murray.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Shot clock at 6. And Chris Paul picks up the foul.
Williamson.
That'll be his second foul of the game. And the Clippers making a change here. Now a timeout called by Sacramento. They're down by 6. There's 1:54 left in the fourth quarter.
Stand up and make some noise!
There's 1:54 left here in the fourth quarter. And Thompson kicks to Allen. Good D by Love.
Another strong rebound, just like we've gotten used to seeing from them today.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more of those, and this lead will be double digits.
Allen against Leonard. 6 on the shot clock. Paul, right side. No good. Solid defense right there for Murray. Thompson outside. No good. Clippers leading by 6. Paul kicks to Booker. It's a pick by Love. Doubled by Lane. Booker the pass to Williamson. The stupendous finish in traffic. 54 seconds left to play here in the fourth. Here's the pick. And once again off the mark by Sacramento. Clark, they're in good position here to ride it out.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, if they just play smart right here, Kevin, this game's pretty much over.
Woo! Kick it out!
Paul dishes to Leonard. Swiped away.
Well, it looks like their comeback hopes are out the window. I think this lead is safe now.
Yep, this one's a done deal.
Sacramento. LeBron.
And no good is the first free throw missing for him. We'll see if he can nail the second. Turner's checked in for Sacramento. And he does get the second one. And that narrows the gap to 7. LA's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. 3-second difference between shot clock and game clock. He dishes it to Booker. And the shot is good. And the Clippers lead by 9.
Well, if it wasn't already out of reach, it is now thanks to this spurt.
Just keep on firing, man. No reason to slow down now.
Now a timeout called by Sacramento. They trail by 9. There's 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter. What do you think, guys?
Well, this one's in the bag. I mean, I commend them for really putting forth the effort until the very end. But this thing's over.
You know, sometimes you just have to throw up the white towel and let fate run its course so you can get on to the next game.
Pass to Bertans. Let's go. No good there. So the Clippers with the win. Both teams played well, but these guys have the edge.
Yeah, I think so. They were just steak knife sharp. Very on top of their game.
Welcome to NBA basketball. This is 2K Sports bringing it to you live. Friday Hoops Fest coming up next. It'll be the Charlotte Hornets facing off against the Philadelphia 76ers. And now let's get to the city of brotherly love. My brother Kevin Harlan's got the tip.
A quick check now at the starting 5 for both teams. First for the Hornets. And for Philadelphia. And they've got Hassan Whiteside, the rangy 7-footer out of Marshall, holding down the center position. Then there's Hill, and it's Davis in at the 4. For 3, Hill!
Using his strength nicely there to ensure the rebound. Good work.
Boy, 76ers had a season they'd like to soon forget. But the one thing they were able to do last year was win at home. Good thing, too, given how unforgiving Philadelphia fans can be. No tougher sports fans in all of sports than Philadelphia. Boy, even though he missed, you can't give up that kind of a look very often.
Yeah, they're lucky that they didn't get burned on that one.
Passes it to Middleton. Offline with his 3. And back to the 76ers at home. Never a good idea to be under 500 at home in a city that has booed Santa Claus before. Steve, luckily they were able to avoid that, going 23-18 here last season.
Well, maybe Santa Claus had a bad year that year, Kevin. I don't know. But look, I mean, if you're stinking it up in front of Philly fans, they're going to let you know. I mean, they're going to boo you. They're brutally honest. On the flip side, though, if you play well, they're going to back you.
And Davis can't get it to go.
Certainly not the dream start they were hoping for, going 1 for 4 early.
All right, let's go over to the sideline with Doris Burke.
Thanks, guys. I caught up with the Hornets head coach. He said that one player he's really wary of is Anthony Davis, adding he can impact the game in so many ways. Defense, shot blocking, rebounding, and scoring. He's still adding muscle, and we've got to capitalize on that strength advantage at both ends. Kevin, that's the MO for any young player. We'll see how he stands up to it.
Always great to hear from you, Doris. Now here is Lowry. After the miss from Hill, there's the three. It's rebounded by Simmons. Philadelphia's gone 1 of 3 from beyond the arc.
Oh, ridiculous. Tore it down that time. Boy, great job of attacking on the break.
Yeah, it sure was. He made a beeline for the bucket as soon as they got the ball. Right away, straight to the rim.
The Hornets have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Pass to Middleton. Back to Harden. Now the dish to Middleton. And they're going to count the bucket and send him to the wide. It could be a three-point play.
That's his first personal
Not much
foul.
the defense can do once he gets to the bucket.
The Hornets shooting their first free throw of the game.
And you take a look at the numbers, guys. They shot 80% from the free throw line as a team a year ago.
And you can't take those numbers lightly, fellas. I mean, their free throw shooting made a difference for them in a lot of their games last season.
Now here is Holiday. He passes it to Simmons. Back to Holiday. And the three off target. Hornets leading by 3. Lowry with the ball. And Middleton kicks to Lowry. Clock at 6. He dishes it to Middleton. Here's the teardrop. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. Middleton's got 8 points.
Boy, he crashed the boards with purpose right there. Well-deserved second chance points for him.
And Holiday kicks to Simmons. Outside Hill. Pass to Whiteside. It's back to Hill. Good ball movement here by the 76ers. Second chance shot. Simmons dishes to Davis. And here comes Harden, leading the fast break. Sweet little floater.
Boy, I tell you what, nice little run here they're going on.
Now the story is points in the paint, Clark. I mean, they're getting point-blank shots every time down.
Here's Simmons. He's been patient so far, nothing yet on the scoreboard.
In this quarter, he's really been off the mark. He just looks a little bit unsettled.
Here's Harden. Releases. Misses off the left iron.
You have to get a hand into his face because that's his range right there.
Here's Simmons, and foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2.
That's his first personal foul.
The 76ers shooting their first free throws of the game on this trip to the line.
Well, they were a fairly decent free throw shooting team a year ago, Kevin, about 77% from the line.
And he makes the first. So an almost entirely new group in now for Charlotte. And he can't hit the second.
Tell you what, if there's success on the boards in this first quarter is any indication, it's going to be a good day.
And rebounds usually are a good indicator.
So it's the Hornets now. And Wall kicks to Mirotic. Lets it go from deep. Collins grabs the miss. The 76ers trail by 6. Here's Kuzma. Gets to the ring for 2 with the D all over him.
Well, he recognized the advantage size-wise, and he went right at the defender. That's how you do it.
Mitchell passes to Wall. Tries from the block. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here.
And the defense looking to protect the rim at all costs.
Yeah, I like that. A foul to save the layup. Make him earn it at the line.
Avery Bradley, he's checked in for Philadelphia. Philadelphia's gone a meager 1 of 6 from three-point land since we got started tonight. Here's Kuzma.
Get it!
A second chance effort. And again, it's Philadelphia.
Very nice pickup of the offensive rebound. And once he gets his hands on it, you know it's going back up and back in.
Now here's Wall. Here's Mitchell. And that comes off the assist by John Wall. Mitchell's got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. 30 seconds left to play here in the first. Burks. Robinson. A follow-up jam.
This is just great anticipation. The putback jam.
Oh, he had some big-time intentions right there.
And those plays will give your team a huge boost.
Gets it to go. Mitchell's got 6.
Beautiful feed off the bounce to his teammate there. Nicely done.
Outside Bradley. Feeds it to Burks. Three-pointer, and the shot is good.
Incredible. Only took them a few seconds to answer the three ball with one of their own.
Let's keep this thing going, guys. I love seeing a three-point battle like this.
Offense, the order of the day as the first quarter comes to a close. Hornets lead by 5. And the second quarter will be on the way when we come back. And the first quarter is in the books. Second about ready to get underway. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for the Hornets.
Now, they didn't waste any time getting into a groove out there. They're dialed in from long range.
Also, what passing we've seen from them here early. I mean, there could be a big number in the assist column if this keeps up.
Offensive rebound. And so he earns a trip to the line. Official saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2. The Hornets shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight.
Taking 2 shots.
First one falls for him.
You got it out. You got it out. Make sure the pitch down there. I got shoot it. I'm out, man. I got bag. Big. Here we go. I got my man.
That misses, so he splits the free throws. The 76ers trail by 6. Here's Hardaway. Again, Philadelphia.
I like the way they're working the ball inside because when you do that, you get higher percentage shots and typically good things happen.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Doris Burke. Hey, Doris.
Thank you, Kevin. J.J. Hickson last season was 4th in the league in rebounds per minute. He says, quote, all gas, no brakes. That's the way I was taught to play the game.
2 shots.
But he says he's much more than just a hustle guy, adding that calling him that takes away from my overall game. I can shoot, I can make basketball plays. He did improve his jump shot last season, and at 25, he has plenty of room to grow, guys.
Well, as his shooting comes along, that's a great way for him to really find his niche, Doris. Thanks. And the Hornets making a change here. And Mitchell drops them both. The 76ers trail by 6. Outside Bradley. Kicks it to Hardaway. There's the triple, and it's blocked by Harden. And it's out of bounds. The 76ers able to retain possession here. Chris Middleton's checked in for the Hornets. Lowry comes in for Mitchell. Second quarter of basketball, about 1 minute played so far. Good ball movement here by the 76ers. And the basket by Hill.
Boy, I tell you what, he loves getting looks like that from the three-point line. No one near him. That's a warm-up jumper for him.
Dishes it to Middleton. Let's go. And the jumper is on the mark. Middleton's got 10. Philadelphia's gone 1 of 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far. Back to Davis. He kicks it to Hill. The feed to Holiday. Hardaway. The offensive rebound. Davis. Defended by Middleton. And the foul called on Anthony Davis. That'll be his second foul of the game.
That's foul number 2 on him. It might not warrant sitting him entirely, but another one before halftime, they could be in some trouble.
And the Hornets making a change here. Hornets leading by 5. Harden outside. He feeds it to Middleton, and there's the pass to Lowry. There's the dish to Middleton. Here's the three. That falls. Nice speed that time from Kyle Lowry. Middleton's got 13.
He's created some good opportunities for himself and made the most of them.
Holiday off a pick from Hill. And the 76ers get it back. The kick out to Holiday. Passes it to Hill. Again missing Hill.
This has not at all been the kind of performance they've needed out of him.
It's Harden with the drive. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. The 76ers trail by 8. Outside Holiday. Pass to Davis. Back to Holiday. Launches a three. Another miss by Philadelphia. Charlotte has gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the three ball here. Throws it up high. Out of bounds. Philadelphia takes possession.
Boy, just a brain cramp, guys. I mean, that should have been the simplest of exchanges.
Here's Simmons. And the 76ers decide to take their first time out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Sixers dancers. For your Sixers dancers.
Hill inside, defended by Middleton. Hill dishes to Whiteside. Holiday is screen on Lowry. And Simmons kicks to Hill. Drills the three-pointer. Hill's got 6 in the quarter.
It was a slow start for him, but he started to take off since we hit the second quarter, guys.
Lowry with the ball. Now guarded by Simmons. Lowry passes to Harden. 6 to shoot. And now the fast break. Hill with the ball. Here's Holiday. No good. And the Hornets now going the other way. Left side Lowry. Here Embiid battles through traffic and lays it in. And the Hornets lead by 7.
Man, how about the dexterity for this big guy? I mean, he is really smooth around the basket.
Holiday dishes to Simmons. Oh, and there's the alley-oop. And the jam by Whiteside.
Maybe that'll ignite him. I mean, impossible not to get pumped up after that. At least I think that would be the case.
Well, you can see the immediate reaction of the guys on the bench. They are. Look at them. They are pumped up.
Yeah, they're geek.
That's what those alley-oops do, though.
Here's Middleton. He's guarded by Hill. And that one's good. Middleton's got 15 points.
And, fellas, in this quarter, he's improved on what was already a very good performance in period number 1.
He dishes it to Holiday. Pass to Hill. Back to Holiday. Shot clock at 6. A floater. And lots of contact there. Missing the shot. He'll shoot 2. It's going to be on James Harden. The 76ers have converted 1 of 2 free throws so far today. Free throw, good, Holiday. And the Hornets making a change here. Both free throws good from Holiday.
He has such terrific form and consistency on his free throws. Beautiful to watch.
Harden gets a screen from Valanciunas. Lowry kicks to Mirotic. Back to Lowry. And it's blocked by Simmons. Now the 76ers on the break. Holiday is running. Stolen by Harden. Here's Valanciunas. And there's the lay-in.
3 consecutive baskets have come right at the rim. The defense had better start buckling down and tightening up.
Yeah, they're getting exposed right now.
Burks the pass to Holiday. He passes to Simmons. Burks hits it from three-point range.
3 points.
Burks has got 6.
They're having much more success here in the second after missing on a few chances that they had earlier. They've locked in and zoned in here now.
The shot by Lowry, no good. Here's Holiday. The shot is off. And a tight game here as we end the first half. Hornets ahead, up by 4. And coming up after the break, it'll be Damon Bruce breaking down all the highlights from the first half of play.
Now, presented by Sprint. All right, the Sprint halftime report, presented by Sprint.
A view here of the skyline over Los Angeles, California, as we welcome you back. An exceptional performance from Middleton.
He has that slasher mentality, guys, and we saw all the evidence of that in the first half as he continually got to the rim and scored.
Yeah, he had the jetpack on today, Steve, blowing by the defender no matter who they put on.
Harden guarded by Holiday.
Ben Simmons. That's his second personal foul. First team foul.
76ers on defense. 4-point game. Feeds to Harden. 6 on the shot clock. And it's Lowry penetrating. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance to make it 3.
Well, sometimes when you're at a height disadvantage, that's the way to attack. Go right at your defender.
The Hornets have put up good numbers at the charity stripe, converting 6 of 7.
A 3-point play.
The 76ers shooting a mediocre 41% in this one. Here's Simmons. Kicks to Holiday. No good with the triple. Hornets leading by 7. Here's Lowry. And it's wide right. Hits off the rim. Philadelphia with the ball. Hill dishes to Davis. Stolen by Harden. Here's Lowry. And goaltending is going to be the call. So they get the basket there anyway.
He didn't get to that one quite in time, Kevin. Those can be tough to gauge sometimes.
Now you can tell what the crowd thinks about that call.
Yeah, they erupted as soon as the whistle blew.
Here's Simmons. Lowry covering. Hill, no good.
Kevin, I didn't like that defensive effort at all, but they're lucky he missed it.
Yeah, they were very lucky defensively because there was some miscommunication there. They left him wide open.
Inside.
Phenomenal alley-oop slam right there, guys.
They're taking advantage, Clark, of a team that looks lost out there.
Yeah, this is threatening to get kind of ugly out here.
And the 76ers call time here.
He's been aggressive looking for a shot, but without much success. It might be time for him to take a step back and look to help the team in other ways.
And here are the 76ers now. They trail by 11. Dishes to Davis. Blocked.
It's been a cold spell for them coming out of the half, missing their first 3 shots. A tough start.
Outside Lowry. The feed now to Harden. Back to Lowry. Smooth as silk on the finger roll. Lowry's got 7.
Broke out the finger roll, guys. That was kind of a stylish finish.
Stolen by Harden. Here's the break. Harrell guarded by Holiday. It's rebounded by Simmons.
And they forced the miss with that good defensive rotation. They're playing well together as a unit. Boy, the floor really opened up for them there.
It sure did. I mean, that was a very late reaction from the defense there.
The 76ers have gone 3 of 4 at the free throw line tonight.
And they've been off target now on 3 of the first 4 shots they've taken in this second half.
He kicks to Middleton. Fires the 3. Rebound by the 76ers. Guys, there's still time for them to make a run.
But the margin of error is history.
Well, yeah, there's not much margin at all, Clark. I mean, they can't afford to waste any more possessions.
Hardaway against Wall. 5 to shoot. Off target from three-point range. Hornets leading by 11. Right side, Wall. Gay outside. The pass to Mitchell. He feeds it to Middleton. Here's Mitchell. From past the arc. They grab their own miss. Can't connect from short range. Philadelphia's gotten blank from three-point land so far in the third. Still 0 for 3. Here's Hardaway. Here's Davis. The dish to Bradley. Outside Hardaway. Good ball movement here by the 76ers. Passes to Davis. Outside Bradley. And it's off from three-point range. The Hornets have gone 4 of 9 from the floor so far in the third. Outside, Wall. Pass to Middleton. Capella. He dishes it to Middleton. It's stolen by Davis. 1:35 left to play in the third.
Who's got ball?
Pass to Whiteside. The lead now in single digits. Whiteside's got 6.
Well, as for them being behind in this game, you certainly can't put any of it on his shoulders. He's been tremendous offensively.
And now the first timeout called here for the Hornets. So an almost entirely new grouping now for Charlotte. Hornets leading by 9. Here's Embiid from 8 feet away. He drops it in. 6 points for him.
You know, he's got a lot of inches on the defender in that matchup, and he can just shoot right over the top of him without worrying about being bothered.
And that one's good. And 12 points for Hill.
But you can't leave him alone, especially from long range.
Working with it. Now guarded by Simmons. Always going up for the alley-oop here. Throws down the alley-oop slam.
That's the epitome of teamwork right there, Kevin, on the alley-oop.
Clark, what about the finish? Bringing it down with some thunder.
Yeah, lightning, too.
But I'll tell you, the pass was even better. He put it on an absolute platter for him.
Don't let Drew shoot it. Get him.
Here's Kuzma. A three-pointer off the mark.
That's something they need to do more of. Get after it on the glass. Go get those boys.
Any extra possessions that you can get, either through steals or rebounds, are so critical in this game. Easy call there.
No question about that one. You could hear the impact from where I am.
The Hornets have been coming through at the charity stripe. They've made 7 of their 8 attempts. And the Hornets making a change here. Lowry's checked in. Feeds it to Simmons. It's good. The assist that time from Holiday.
What a finish with that hoop.
Outside Lowry. He passes to Harden. Puts up a 3. Anthony Davis with the rebound. Davis has got his 5th rebound right now in the game. Here's Simmons. Again, Philadelphia. Simmons! Shots continuing to fall as we conclude the third quarter. And the final period of play just about to start. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the Hornets.
Man, they keep piling up the assists, guys. Great ball movement.
Well, they're taking care of business in the paint, too. Those are valuable points they've been getting down low.
The 17-footer. And the rejection by Harden. Outside Lowry. Harrell is guarded by Davis. Great D that time from Davis. The 76ers trail by 7. There's the pick. Hill defended by Middleton. Hill kicks to Simmons. On the wing, Hill puts it up. It goes straight through with the swish. Hill's got the fourth quarter started here with a bucket for the 76ers. Harden against Holiday. Here's Middleton. Lowry kicks to Middleton. Back to Lowry. 6 to shoot. Hornets keep it alive. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
That's shooting for Charlotte. NBA. 2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. Mitchell, he's checked in for the Hornets. He hits both from the stripe. Here's Simmons. Kicks it to Hill. Dishes it to Simmons. Outside, Davis. Misses the jumper.
Surprisingly, he hasn't really been a big part of their offense. I don't think he ever got into a rhythm.
To the paint, Harrell. Now Hill. Now the feed to Simmons. And we're around 2 minutes into the fourth quarter here. Davis. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
And the thing I admire about him is his poise. He just always looks cool and composed. Doesn't matter if it's the first quarter or the fourth quarter. He's got that same expression on his face.
And we can't forget to mention his rebounding now. When you watch him, just keep an eye on the way he battles in the paint when the shot goes up.
Jonas Valanciunas, he's checked in for the Hornets.
And the lead just grows on that ridiculous offensive sequence.
You know, Clark, that dunk alone would have been spectacular. Never mind it coming at the end of an alley-oop.
Yeah, it just added more to it.
Yeah, what a beautiful connection on that play. The defense sagged off, and, you know, he did not hesitate to rise up and bury that 3.
Outside Lowry. Valanciunas up high to stuff the alley-oop.
Well, give credit where credit is due. Terrific assist inside.
Simmons passes to Burks. Simmons. He kicks it to Burks. 3-pointer. The Hornets pull it in. Lowry's got his 3rd rebound on the night. The pass to Mitchell. Back to Lowry. Gets the 3-pointer to fall. And now it's a 10-point Hornets lead.
He's been a different guy in the second half, guys. His shooting percentage far better than he was before the break.
Timeout call the 76ers.
He can't be pleased with all these easy looks they continue to give up in the paint.
They're just way too porous as a defense right now. A lot of holes in that defense. It's a good time to use the timeout here.
Let's find out what Doris Burke has for us.
Kevin, I was able to hear the advice Frank Vogel gave to his team during that last break. He is not pleased with the score and implored them to try to make a push right now, saying, "We don't have time, fellas. If we can't make a dent soon, I'll have to pull the plug." Pretty blunt, Kevin. Back to you.
You know, that's one way he can finish, but not the only way. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
And a little over 3.5 minutes in the books so far here in the fourth. Swiped away. Right side Bradley. Hill. Lowry covering. Hill dishes to Simmons.
2 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
He feeds it to Bradley. Just 5 on the clock. Hands it from downtown. And now just a 5-point Hornets lead. Here's Lowry. Shot clock at 6. Here's Middleton. He's guarded by Hill. Middleton can't get it to go.
That's a huge part of what they want to do defensively. Limit his easy chances inside.
Hill kicks to Simmons. Here's Bradley. And the 76ers tack on 2 more.
Whoa, Nelly, listen to that.
That shot eliciting a roar from this gigantic crowd.
That was huge, guys. Absolutely huge.
And the Hornets making a change here. Harden's checked in. The dish to Middleton. Davis with the block. Here's Simmons. And 1:01 left to play here in the fourth. Hill passes to Simmons. Second shot opportunity. Oh, draws the hard foul, and he'll head to the line.
Well, they did have a foul to give, but they couldn't get it done before the shot attempt.
Yeah, you really want to try to foul in that situation before he gets into the shooting motion. And, it just didn't work out that time.
And he is unable to get the second one.
They'd have loved to cut it to one there, but they're still in decent shape if they can get a stop.
And it's out of bounds to the Hornets as Charlotte retains possession.
A nice play to get a hand on that pass and tip it out of bounds.
I tell you what, guys, if he gets there a fraction earlier, that's a steal.
Lowry dishes to Harden. Middleton. Clock at 6. Outside for Lowry.
Still a chance, but they've got to score here.
Yeah, every possession is necessary.
Ooh, a pressure basket right there.
Now that's coming through in the clutch.
Charlotte calls timeout.
Come on, Sixers fans! Get up and run with us! Oh, gotta move, go!
Pass to Harden. Tries to snap the cold streak. Right between the eyes.
Timeout for the 76ers.
Timeout called the 76ers. They're losing by 3. Seven seconds left here in the fourth quarter. And Simmons kicks to Hill to force OT. Oh, he knocks it in, a beautiful buzzer beater.
Just in time.
He knocks down the three to extend the game.
And what great competition we're seeing so far. After 4 quarters, a stalemate. And we'll see now how these two teams and these few minutes of basketball pan out. Simmons passes to Holiday. 6 to shoot. Davis backs down. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up. And that one falls, and that puts him up by 1 point.
The line for 2.
And both free throws good for Davis. And here's Charlotte. It's Harden with the drive.
Come get it, come get it.
He dishes it to Middleton. This one for 3. Count the bucket.
How about the passing? They are moving the ball without any thought, without any agenda.
It's hard to overstate all the points they've scored on assists today. Beautiful to watch.
And Simmons kicks to Holiday. Pass to Simmons. Davis with a screen on Lowry. Whoops, they pick off the pass. Harden dishes to Lowry.
Too much.
We play just over a minute here in OT. 6 on the shot clock. Pass to Harden. Here's Middleton. No good on the triple. 76ers trailing. No good from Simmons.
Some rugged defense there against one of the stronger finishers in the game.
From deep Harden. Out of bounds. Philadelphia takes possession.
What are you doing?
'76ers shooting at a decent 44% clip here. Davis with a screen on Lowry. Feeds it to Holiday. There's the lob to the hoop. And finished off by Davis.
You could see the eye contact there. Gave a little nod and then burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
No doubt, Clark. A pair of teammates with a terrific feel for each other out on the floor.
And what a play to make in a close game. A potential momentum builder.
Holiday with it. Lowry picks him up. Outside Holiday. Hill up top. He passes to Davis. From the line, it's good.
Whatever their plan was defensively that time, it didn't work. Not if it results in that shot.
Outside Lowry for three. Good. A tremendous three to tie it up.
And that shot sucked the life out of the whole building.
Oh, that was a big one, Clark. You could hear it.
Yeah, that was a gut punch right there. These fans, oh, man, they're struggling.
Now 8 seconds separating the two clocks. The Hornets shooting at 50% in a decent group. Kicks to Middleton. Outside Lowry. Can't get the three to fall. And the 76ers call time here. Here is Whiteside. And Holiday kicks to Simmons. And there's a whistle. That's going to go on James Harden. That's foul number 2 for him. And what an exciting game here with 3 minutes played so far in overtime. And the Hornets call time here. Guys, what do you think?
Their only chance here is to lob it towards the basket and go for the tip in. There's not enough time left to catch and shoot.
So it's the 76ers taking the win in a close game. Clark, what a game.
Yeah, they kept their cool.
Thanks so much for tuning into the NBA here on 2K Sports. Wednesday in the NBA. It's the Utah Jazz going up against the Milwaukee Bucks. And now we send you to Milwaukee for the opening tip. Kevin Harlan standing by.
Greetings, everyone. 2K Sports brings you the NBA. This is Kevin Harlan. I'm joined by Clark Kellogg and Steve Kerr as we get set to bring you all the action. Now a chance to check out our starting lineups. First for the Jazz. And looking at the Bucks, Steph Curry's out there at Bledsoe. And at the center position out of New Zealand and the University of Pittsburgh, 6'11" pivot, Steven Adams. Then it's Durant.
Guys, there were a lot of questions about what went wrong for Utah last year as they saw themselves slip from a middle-of-the-pack playoff team to being on the outside looking in at the playoffs. One reason was their play on the road.
As you said with the Jazz last year, getting wins on the road a big problem for them, and they just couldn't keep up in that category. You know, Steve, with other teams vying for a playoff spot.
Yeah, they finished 13-28 on the road, and that was what kept them out of the postseason. They just have to improve in that regard this year if they're going to get into the playoffs.
Curry can't get it to go.
Kevin, just enough presence to bother that three-point attempt there.
Now, for a guy that shoots like he does, I mean, I'd say that is an easy look.
19 seconds on the shot clock. 19.
Launches it.
Good boy.
The rebound by the Bucks. It's Durant with the drive and fouled as he went up to the dunk. Good aggressive move, and he'll shoot two.
Well, he's established himself as one of the league's premier clutch performers, you know, with some unbelievable plays down the stretch of tight ball games.
And also, he's one of those guys who can cover 94 feet in the blink of an eye and often does, with or without help on the break.
That's good from Durant.
Surprisingly, the Bucks were one of the better teams from the East against the West last season, 14-16, which was better than most teams in the East, and part of why they were able to make it into the playoffs.
I got you. Here we go. We're going to push it on the miss. We're going to push it on the miss. Stay with the rebound.
And so he hits both. Well, back to the Bucks. With their small backcourt, they could have nights where they could just run teams to death, and they were able to take advantage of a few teams like that.
Well, the main thing is that they weren't afraid of anyone. Ellis and Jennings was just trying to run the ball down your throat, but in the end, it wasn't a combination that the Bucks felt confident with, and that's why they were willing to let Ellis and Jennings go.
Well, you know, the Bucks thought they had a plan to make a big push forward by pairing some talent together in the backcourt, but what seems to have happened is they are now mired in mediocrity, which is exactly where you don't want to be.
And back to Minnesota, they were the 8th seed in the East last year, but still finished 6 games under 500. Still a lot of work for them to get above 500 and be in a position where, Steve, they are, you know, competing for home court in the playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of changes for the Bucks in the offseason, but a team that was able to sneak in last year. They're hopeful to make it once again this season, but it feels like they're kind of stuck in the middle right now.
Here's Fournier. Here in the first, a little over a minute played so far. Here's Doncic. There's the killer two-handed slam.
Carving out some space and eating a little glass at the offensive end while he's doing it.
You got it with a ferocious follow.
Yeah, but just another day at the office for him. That's what he does.
Now, here's Curry. It's Durant on the wing. Hits it from three-point range. Durant's got 5.
Tell you what, he is so difficult to guard, especially on a shot like that one.
Jazz passing it around. That is good.
This is great. 3-pointers going down quickly at both ends.
Yeah, it took them no time to answer back on that possession.
Back to Curry. Outside Durant. And there's the pass to Curry. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. The Jazz have gone 3 of 5 shooting the ball so far. If you're just tuning in, we played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. That's good. 6 points for him.
They've worked hard and created great chances for themselves in this opening quarter.
Well, if they can match that effort at the defensive end, look out.
Fast break. Here come the Jazz. Number 30, defended by Bledsoe. Vucevic backing down. Cannot hit. The Bucks go the other way with it. Let's catch up with Doris from the sideline.
Well, Kevin, the head coach for the Jazz gave me just a couple of moments to catch up with him. One player that he's talked to his guys a lot about is Stephen Curry. He said Curry's one of the premier shooters in the game, and he's got that quick trigger. We really have to be tight to him, get physical, and try to get him on his heels as much as possible. Guys, Curry is an excellent free throw shooter. We'll see if they can do that without fouling him.
Thanks, Doris. Bledsoe dishes to Curry. And out of bounds as the Jazz gain possession. And the Jazz making a change here. So it's Utah now. They lead by 4. Doncic, guarded by Curry. Here's Doncic. Trains the three-pointer.
I like the offensive awareness to exploit that lack of coverage on that play.
They really want to find that igniter here.
Yeah, that's right. Kevin, the offense has basically been running in place.
They got to get going.
Maybe that'll ignite them. I mean, impossible not to get pumped up after that. At least I think that would be the case.
Well, you can see the immediate reaction of the guys on the bench. They are. Look at them. They are pumped up.
Yeah, they're geek.
That's what those alley-oops do, though.
And Utah has possession. After the made shot from Brown. Baines defended by Ukic. Here's Doncic. Misses the 3. Bucks trail by 5.
Well, really a promising young roster for the Utah Jazz team, guys. A lot of blue-chip talent there. I think in a couple of years, this team has a chance to be one of the best in the West.
There's a good screen. Pass to Baines. It's tipped. Curry with the steal. A finish. Hammers it down off the coast-to-coast break.
And the defense just lets him go there.
And once he hit the open floor, there was no looking back. Straight to the rack.
And you got to give this Utah front office a lot of credit. You're right, Clark. They've only missed the playoffs 5 times in the last 30 seasons. Steve, that is a remarkable run.
What I like about Utah, too, Kevin, is that they seem to stay ahead of the curve. They make moves while they still have leverage. Dealing Carlos Boozer, Kirilenko, Darren Williams. So they've done a good job of getting value, getting assets, and continuing to look ahead.
Here's Bledsoe after the made shot from Gallinari. 5 on the clock. The Bucks need to get a shot off here. Here's Brown, and it's blocked by Fournier. And the shot clock expires. 24-second violation. So Utah going with an almost entirely new group here. .35 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Passes it to Bogdanovich. Connects from three-point range. Bogdanovich has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game. Rod, defended by Bogdanovich. Now the pass to Kelly. Clock at 6. Rod. It's rebounded by Bogdanovich.
Boy, I tell you what, guys, he's an extremely strong finisher. I'm surprised he wasn't able to power that through the defense.
Pretty bad defense, letting the offense get right to the rim, but smart play to foul once he was there.
But you know what's going to happen, and they sent a message right there. Nothing easy inside.
The Jazz have made their only other free throw attempt today in an earlier trip to the line.
Well, guys, you go back to last season. I mean, this is a team that hit just 74% of its free throws. I know they'd like to see that number go up.
And I know the free throw shooting is an area they focused on improving coming into this season.
Both free throws good from Bogdanovich.
And at the free throw line, it's all about consistency with him. Same.
Wow! Unbelievable. Great shot there, Kev. And the crowd is going crazy.
A free-flowing first quarter. Great scoring through 1. Jazz lead by 7. And we've got more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way after this break.
Yeah.
And the first quarter is in the books. Second about ready to get underway. And a breakdown here, guys. The hustle stats for the Jazz.
You know, they've done a great job of getting a hand up on shooters. Actually, have gotten a lot of blocks as well, solidifying that defensive effort.
And the other thing they're doing is forcing a lot of turnovers, and that's helping them to get easy points at the other end. Good strength there, just barely off with that attempt.
I don't think you can fault him right there. A lot of contact on that one. Well, after a brief 2-year drought, the Bucks got back to the playoffs this past season, but it wasn't pretty once they got there. With several guarantees from players about upsetting the Heat, they didn't win a single game and were swept by the Miami Heat.
First one falls for them. Back to the Bucks in the playoffs. In every aspect, they were overmatched by the Heat, and no one really thought they would upset them, but many thought, Steve, that they would at least get a game.
Well, I wasn't one of them, Kevin. I thought they were overmatched from the start. And you could tell in that series, Miami wasn't even interested until the fourth quarter. They knew they could just flip a switch and beat this Milwaukee team, and that's exactly what they did.
You know, Utah usually matches up well with Eastern Conference teams because style of play is similar. Both Eastern Conference and the Jazz like to play a grinded-out physical game, and Utah has the bigs and the defensive mentality to thrive in a slower-paced game, and that's why they went 17-13 against the Eastern Conference.
Well, back to the Jazz against the East, did what they needed to do against the conference as a whole, winning more than they lost, but they also, Steve, had some key setbacks.
And the big one that I can remember was last year where they had that 4-game road trip to the East Coast. They went 0-4, and that was when they saw their grasp on a playoff spot start to slip away.
The Bucks actually made it back into the playoffs last season, but it wasn't because they were dominant at home. Only 21-20 at the Bradley Center, and those 21 wins were the fewest of any team that played in the playoffs.
So he hits 1 of 2 from the stripe. Well, Clark, as you said, the Bucks didn't offer a lot as far as protecting their home court. In the end, it could come back to bite them as they lost 2 in a row on their home floor and got swept out of the playoffs, Steve, by Miami.
Well, that was a pretty tough matchup for anybody, but for Milwaukee, a team that was below 500, that was near impossible. But look, it was a struggle for the Bucks. We expected that, but getting to the playoffs was an accomplishment. We'll see if they can build on that this year. Yeah, he put himself in great position to finish that break off, guys.
Yep, right to the rack.
Hey, who's watching now?
To the middle, Jazz passing it around. Pass to Bielitsa. Sinks the triple.
You know, what an advantage he brings to this offense, guys. I mean, being able to drain the 3-ball, that really can spread a defense and extend the defense as well.
And Milwaukee calls their first time out of the game.
You know, you look at the flex offense that Utah utilizes, and it requires that players, one, be versatile and multi-skilled, but also that they have good basketball IQs. You need to be able to screen and read defenses effectively. And that's not easy, but it's certainly a good way to play if you've got the right people.
And the Jazz making a change here. Now Murray. Outside Durant. Pass to Murray. Back to Durant. 6 to shoot. Right side Durant. There's the block. 1-on-1 fast break. The pass to Bogdanovich. Snatched away. And up the court come the Bucks on the break.
Yeah, he didn't even bother to wait around for any help on that break.
That was a one-man job all the way, Steve. He knew what to do with it and when.
The 3-ball, and the Jazz, another 3.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the three-point line. That's 4 of the last 5. You got to run those guys off the line.
I agree, and the defense is practically giving them those shots, though.
Stolen away. Nice job to interrupt the alley-oop attempt there. There's a screen. Here in the second quarter, we've played a little over 2.5 minutes now.
That's now a dozen straight points coming off wide open three-pointers.
You know what it looks like to me out there, guys? I mean, it looks like All-Star Weekend out there. We know how much defense is played there. It's actually offense during the All-Star Weekend, no D.
And the Jazz with possession here after the miss from Murray.
Defensively, they're really scattered right now, giving up so many open looks from the three-point line.
Yeah, they are splashing them. Their last 3 buckets have all come from behind the arc.
Now a timeout called by Milwaukee.
Yeah, he's trying to take the wind out of their sails here. I mean, they're on the wrong end of a bad run. They got to sort things out.
I think things were very close to spiraling out of control if he didn't burn one there.
The Jazz making a switch here. Outside Durant. Number 8. That's good. And a nice assist from Durant.
He's got a nice stroke from long range, and he's not likely to pass up those opportunities when he gets them.
Pass to Bielitsa. Passes it to Bogdanovich. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own, but it's no good. It's 3-on-3 on the fast break. Count that one.
Beautiful finger roll to cap that drive off. He knows how to finish with some flair and flavor, guys.
Here's Doncic. Another shot, and the layup is good. And the Jazz lead by 13.
Perseverance paying off on the offensive boards, guys.
Curry passes to Adams. Throws down the alley-oop slam.
Really hard to decide, guys, which was better. The pass, the catch, or the slam?
Clark, there's no wrong answer to that one, my friend. Sensational alley-oop all the way around.
Agreed.
All of the above.
So it's the Jazz now after the made shot from Adams.
I tell you what, folks, I bet he won't miss that shot next time he takes it.
Number 8. And it goes as the official calls the foul. Count it. He'll shoot one more at the free throw line.
You know, during the season before last, the Bucks' problem had been offense. They just couldn't put up points consistently, and even when their defense would hold up, they would simply get outgunned by teams. They decided to change that by trying to be more of a transition team last year.
Eric Bledsoe's checked in for Milwaukee. Here's Bielitsa, defended by Durant. And the 3 off target.
Not able to find it here in the second. He's off stride and off track just a bit after that one he had earlier.
And back to the Bucks actually led the entire Eastern Conference in pace and were 3rd overall in the NBA. Steve, only teams that were ahead of them were the Rockets and Nuggets, 2 teams you always think of running.
Well, it makes sense for the Bucks to have played that style last year. When you have that backcourt of Ellis and Jennings, a lot of speed and quickness. They later added J.J. Redick, so you had shooting. So they had to play fast. It made some sense. But in the end, they've made some changes in the offseason, and they're looking to get better.
Now here's Bledsoe. He hasn't scored yet. That I'm sure will change. Shot clock at 6. Curry kicks to Durant. Fires for 3. Shot is off. Here's Vucevic. He has 5. Pass to Fournier. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him.
Even from here, you can see that one pretty clearly.
Yep, pretty obvious. And a good call by the officials.
The Jazz shooting their 6th and 7th free throws in the game.
2 shots.
And the first one at the line is good. The Jazz making a switch here.
I got shooter. Here we go. We're going to push it on the miss. We're going to push it on the miss. Get the rebound. I got it. Box here.
And so Fournier nails both of them. And so that brings the first half to a close. It's the Jazz up by 7.
Now, presented by Sprint.
This is David.
The Sprint Halftime Report, presented by Sprint.
And now the third quarter about to get going. From past the arc, and the basket good. He's got 6.
Perfect screen there. Set him up with a nice look.
Poor job by the defender to not fight over or around that screen.
Bledsoe kicks to Curry. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark.
That's something they need to do more of. Get after it on the glass. Go get those boards.
Any extra possessions that you can get, either through steals or rebounds, are so critical in this game.
The Jazz have gone a perfect 7 of 7 from the line tonight.
Shooting 1.
That free throw good from Vucevic. Bucks trail by 13. Outside Durant. There's the pick. Bledsoe for 3. But they get it back. Adams. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line.
That's his
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
Not the guy you want to see taking too many free throws. Last season, his numbers among the worst in the league.
And we saw it last year, guys, because those numbers were so low, teams weren't afraid to put him on the line where points were hard to come by for him.
Get this board, fellas. Get this board. Pitcher. Move back on me. Shoes on tight.
Both free throws good from Adams. Second half just getting started. About a minute played. He feeds it to Vucevic. Fournier. The Jazz working the ball around now. Just 5 on the clock. With the floater. With the clock winding down.
Well, he won that battle, and in general, they're winning most of the battles tonight.
Well, those are some very easy points if you can get them.
Well, and like Clark said, they have been getting them, not necessarily all on putback dunks, but a lot of second chance opportunities.
Timeout called, the Bucks.
One more time, let him hear it.
Third quarter of basketball, about a minute and a half in. Number 8. And the shot counts. He's fouled, and it's a chance for a three-point play.
Not enough defense there to throw him off his shot. Sometimes it takes more than one defender on him down low.
The Bucks have made 6 of their 7 attempts at the line in this one.
Hold on, line.
Jazz leading by 10. Timeout is called, first of the game for the Jazz.
He did not look too happy about some of the things he saw on the court, so I would expect some changes here.
I think it's the right move, quite honestly. I mean, they just didn't look sharp or at their best out there, so take the time out and give yourself a chance to regroup.
Energy. One more time. Let him hear it.
Here's Fournier. Feeds to Vucevic. Just 5 to shoot. Stolen by Durant. And here's the fast break. Durant leading the way. Bledsoe dishes to Curry. The layup missed.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but in the rebounding department too, Clark.
Yeah, it's been a really gritty performance. They'll have some bruises to show for it, but that's the way it should be. You should feel that you've competed when you do that work inside.
Bledsoe kicks to Curry. Adams defended by Vucevic. Back to Curry. 6 on the shot clock. There's the feed to Bledsoe. Number 8. He gets it to fall. That makes it just a single-digit lead. He's got 14.
Another good offensive possession for him. He's trying to shoulder the load here for his team.
Clock keeps going. 3 minutes into the second half now. Bledsoe comes over to help. And the bucket counts, and he's on his way to the free throw line. Try to make it a 3-point play.
4 of their last 5 makes came off of a high-quality shot inside.
Yeah, that's textbook basketball, just having their way down low.
Hold on, line.
Right around 3 minutes into the second half.
Get outside, get outside.
Here's the screen. Brown outside.
Hey, hands up.
Number 8, defended by Saric. 5 to shoot. Fires from deep. Brown, good. Brown's got 5 points so far.
Boy, I tell you what, he loves getting looks like that from the three-point line. No one near him. That's a warm-up jumper for him.
In the third quarter with just over 3.5 minutes off the clock. Jazz passing it around. Baines passes to Gallinari.
Get there. Shoot that on you.
Jacks up a 3. No good. Bucks trail by 8. And here's Bledsoe. He's been patient so far. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. And it's Brown missing.
He got the shot he wanted off that pick, just couldn't get it to fall.
But Steve, they'll take that play all day long, 10 times out of 10. That was good action.
He's been key for this team's offense, the way he's distributed the ball.
Yeah, you know, the offense is just moving through him, Steve, no doubt.
No good on the 3. Jazz leading by 10. The pass to Saric. Doncic, defended by Bledsoe. Doncic, no good with the triple.
And he continues to search for his rhythm. It's eluded him to this point.
Durant kicks to Brown. Gallinari with the steal. Here's Fournier, gets the bucket. And now a 12-point Jazz lead And let's get your take, guys, on the hustle stats for the Jazz.
Boy, defensively, they've played with a high energy level, guys, and all the steals we've seen, really a result of that aggressiveness.
And, guys, the thing that jumps out at me is their block shots. I mean, they're playing up on the shooters tightly, and then they're sending them packing. I mean, putting those shots in reverse, all in a clear, good day's work.
Bledsoe with it. He hasn't yet put up any points in this one. Kicks it to Brown. 6 to shoot. Nurkic. He gets the shot to fall, and the defender wasn't set. He's called for the block and a three-point play chance here. And he'll be shooting his first free throw of the game here.
One shot.
That's good from Nurkic.
They're locked in from the charity stripe this half. Not a miss yet.
And they're going to have to continue that pace, Clark, because they're down, and anytime you're losing, you got to take advantage of every offensive opportunity you have.
A nice shot by Gallinari. Gallinari's got 4 points in the quarter.
The defense has not been able to keep the ball out of the paint at that end of the floor.
Boy, I'd like to know how many of their attempts have come from inside 5 feet. It seems like everything is right at the rim.
And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Jazz lead by 11. And we're coming right back after this break to get the fourth quarter underway. And we welcome you back to more NBA action. Players looking hydrated and plenty of Gatorade to help them get their job done tonight. Bucks trail by 11. Now here's Bledsoe. He kicks it to Curry. His three-pointer's off the mark.
Well, an 8-rebound advantage like the one they have now is always going to swing the score hard in that team's direction.
And that's certainly been the case today. Their rebounding has made a huge difference.
For the three, that's good.
A little bit of a defensive breakdown there. He's not the guy you want to leave open on the perimeter. You've got to stay attached to him.
He passes to Bagley. Bledsoe outside. He dishes it to Curry. Back to Bledsoe. Down to 5 on the shot clock. There's the three. Another miss by Curry.
Ouch. Another miss to add to what's been a miserable game for him from the field.
A few possessions into the fourth quarter, just over a minute played. Good on the shot.
This has been a one-sided game in just about every area. The lead continues to grow.
Absolutely. Their offense and their D have been equal parts outstanding.
Timeout called, the Bucks.
Yeah, and guys, I think he feels like he can make a few improvements during this timeout. Just kind of make a couple of adjustments, get his club back on track.
You know, coaches are always tweaking and tinkering with things mid-game. Actually, sometimes they overdo it.
The Bucks making a switch here. Durant's checked in. Right side Durant. That one wide left.
I had a defender draped all over him. Not really the best shot there.
Well, not the shot you hope for when it's well contested like that.
Doncic, defended by Durant. Just 4 to shoot. Here's Jukic. It's good, and he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A three-point play chance here.
That's his third personal foul.
And the Bucks making a change here.
There you go.
Bucks trail by 19.
Hey, watch Curry, watch Curry.
Outside Curry. The dish to Durant. Back to Curry. Pass to Durant. And the Bucks miss again.
And Steve, not only is their lead big, but their advantage on the boards is huge too.
Yep, well deserved. I mean, they have worked their tails off on the glass.
Milwaukee, no good that time either. Jazz leading by 19. Fournier dishes to Vucevic. Jazz passing it around. Number 30, guarded by Curry. They set the screen. Second shot opportunity. Oh, trying for it. And it's going to be out of bounds. The Jazz will retain possession. Gallinari, who's checked in for the Jazz.
Danilo Gallinari.
Here's Fournier.
I got your help.
Around 3 minutes gone here in the fourth quarter. Gallinari, defended by Durant. Vucevic lays it up and banks it in.
He's played an important role in their offense today, guys. Without him, they may not be in the league.
Now a timeout called by Milwaukee.
Coach can't be pleased with their inconsistency on the defensive glass. They've been caught taking pictures out there. They're watching, as opposed to getting in there and securing the arm.
Milwaukee with the ball. Looking to get on the board here in the fourth still. Number 8. That's good. A nice assist from Durant. Durant's got 4 assists in the game.
That is his shot, guys. So you can't just give it to him. You've got to get up on him and get into his airspace there.
Doncic, guarded by Curry. Dishes to Fournier. Shot clock at 5. The Jazz need to get off a shot here. And Utah again with the bucket.
Great job there, recognizing the mismatch and taking advantage.
They got to put a bigger guy on him. Otherwise, he'll bury those jumpers all game.
Passes it to Curry. Back to Bledsoe. It's stolen. And down it goes, jamming that one home.
Boy, I love it. Active hands on the steal, active feet on the fast break.
And Clark Power on the dunk.
And guys, this is just too close of a game to be giving the ball up like that and then failing to get back in transition.
There's the pass to Adams. Outside Curry. There's the triple. Gallinari with the rebound.
Not a bad look at the hoop, just couldn't get it to bounce in for him.
To the paint, Vucevic. Doncic, guarded by Curry. Pass to Fournier. 4 on the clock. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
Evan Fournier.
And he knocks down the first one.
They got to keep fighting their way to the line, guys. This half, it's been nothing but success for them there.
And their confidence has to just continue to go up the longer their perfection continues.
So Utah ends up going with the new group.
You got it out, you got it out. Make sure the pitch down there. I got shoot.
And so Fournier nails both of them. Milwaukee's gotten some tough luck from three-point range. In the fourth quarter, they've hit just 1 of 6 from deep. 1:07 left in the fourth quarter. Shot clock at 6. Pass to Murray. The 18-footer is right on the mark. Here's Bogdanovich. They set the pick. 41 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Baines defended by Ukic. From the arc, just 5 on the clock. That's good.
And they're not finished yet. They're going to make sure about this win.
Yeah, that's how you close out a game, Steve.
Who's watching him?
Passes to Murray. Brogdon. With the shot. And a great job by the D contesting that shot and forcing the miss. Here's Bogdanovich. And so it's Utah easily grabbing the win.
Welcome to the NBA here on 2K Sports. Wednesday in the NBA. It's the Miami Heat facing off against the Atlanta Hawks. And now we send you out to Kevin Harlan and the rest of the 2K crew. I'll see you at the half.
Our starting lineups to look at the matchups here and who we'll see for our starting 5 for both teams. First for the Heat. And looking at the Hawks, Russell is out there with J.J. Redick. They've got Gobert. They'll be battling near the boards to get the job done, both on offense and defense. Then it's Paul George. It'll be the Heat off the tip. Good ball movement here by the Heat. There's the dish to Oladipo. The pass to Williams. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Takes the 3. It's rebounded by Gobert.
The Southeast Division pretty top-heavy last year, but the Hawks, while not having a real chance to win the title, managed to finish second to the Heat in the division. You could see the eye contact there, gave a little nod, and then burst to the rim for the alley-oop slam.
No doubt, Clark. A pair of teammates with a terrific feel for each other out on the floor.
And what a play to make in a close game, a potential momentum builder.
And for the Hawks, Clark, as you were talking about, taking care of business, going 11-5 against the rest of the Southeast. Steve, they've always seemed to find a way into the top 3 spots of the division when it's all said and done.
Well, Kevin, I mean, let's be honest. This is not the toughest division yet. I mean, Charlotte and Washington have been really bad. Orlando was horrific last season. So, yeah, that number sounds great, but come on.
And Atlanta has possession after the Heat pick up 2. Trying to go for an alley-oop, but excellent defense and anticipation there to stop it.
Let him shoot that.
Here's Porzingis. Cans the 12-footer.
Tough assignment for that defender with the size mismatch we're seeing.
Yeah, I just don't think he's big enough to handle it.
Outside, Russell. And George kicks to Russell. Just 5 on the clock. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line.
Well, what a series it was in the finals a year ago. Such great basketball. 2 teams that like to play up-tempo. And I'll tell you, the Spurs had Miami. They had the series in the bag. They were 1 play away from wrapping it up in Game 6. But the miracle comeback from the Heat that led to the Game 7 victory and another title for the Miami Heat.
Now, here's Oladipo. He feeds it to DeRozan. Passes it to Oladipo. He kicks it to Williams. To the inside. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for two. Well, Clark, it was interesting because the games themselves weren't particularly close through the first half of the series, but things started to get really tight when they left San Antonio after Game 5.
How about that, Kevin? You talk about things tightening up. We had a game for the ages in Game 6. 28.6 seconds to go. Spurs +5. Miami needed a miracle, and they found it in the form of timely three-point shooting and got some help from the San Antonio Spurs missing some free throws.
The Game 6 was about as intense an NBA game as you'll ever see.
Oh, it was off the charts. Absolutely fantastic.
Inside, got a piece of it. The feed to Reddick. He passes to George. Outside, Russell. Kicks it to Reddick. Puts up a three. And once again off the mark by Atlanta.
Boy, but he was close, Kevin, to making the defense pay for lackadaisical coverage there.
Yeah, he had a really good look. I mean, he'll knock that down more often than not.
And it's Oladipo with the jam.
A surreal alley-oop that time, partner.
The pass, Clark, the catch, the dunk, all of it perfect.
Precision at its finest.
Yeah, and it all had to be perfect and in precision. That's not nearly as easy as they made it look.
Here's Reddick after the made shot from Oladipo. He dishes it to Reddick. Three-pointer. It's hauled in by the Heat. Oh, and a fast break for the Heat. All right, let's go over to the sideline with Doris Burke.
Kevin, I caught up with the head coach of the Hawks. He said they're not as worried about getting back quickly on defense as they are about having extra bodies on the offensive glass. He felt that even though it might lead to some easy baskets for their opponent, it would pay off with some extra opportunities for them and second-chance points. We'll see, guys.
Thanks for that, Doris. Rebounding certainly the key topic now.
Kevin, you know that, and we've seen so many games, big games, won and lost on the backboard. You have to rebound both boards.
And the Heat going with the whole new group on the floor. Robinson passes to Matthews. Dishes to Rivers. Outside Millsap. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. Millsap's got his first bucket of the game, and he's on the board for three. They set the pick. Three-pointer, Lillard. Goes back up. And he sinks the layup.
You know, Kevin, he never gives up on a play. That's what I love about him. He's one of those guys who will bring effort and energy the entire 48 minutes.
You know, one other thing you have to appreciate when it comes to him is his skill on the low block. Terrific footwork, nice up and under fakes, and he's got a tremendously soft touch.
Here is Lillard following the three from Wesley Matthews.
Right there! Good ball, good ball!
Here's Morant. No good. So Atlanta will take it the other way. Matthews into the lane. Back to Lopez. Pass to Matthews. Nice ball movement here by Atlanta. Robinson kicks to Matthews. 6 on the shot clock. Millsap. Back to Matthews. From deep three-point range. Another three for Atlanta.
A little confusion defensively.
Yeah, you know what? He sent the D a little message with that three.
Back to Lillard. Pass to Richardson. Feeds it to Lillard. Second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over. 16 seconds left to play in the first. Here's Rivers, and there's the pass to Craig. Fires for three. No good on the buzzer beater. At the end of one, a closely contested game so far. Hawks on top. They lead by 3. Well, it's been a tight one so far as we get the second quarter going back here. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach so far?
Boy, the three-point shot has really been dropping for him early on.
And the other thing we're seeing is great ball movement. We're seeing a lot of good offensive execution, ball movement, player movement, setting up assists.
Just 5 to shoot. Deep 2 from Robinson. That one off the back iron and out.
Well, I think the defense got lucky right there. I mean, he's going to make a lot more of those than he misses when he's got that much room. The Hawks last season weren't really a bad offensive team, but they did have one of the more memorable offensive nights, and not for anything positive. In a January game against a tough Bulls team, the Hawks only scored 58 points over the course of the entire game.
Now here's Rivers. And Robinson gets it to go on the assist by Rivers. Robinson's got the opening field goal of the second quarter for the Hawks. The Heat trail by 6. Lillard outside.
What's the pick? Set up, set up.
The 3. They get it again. Number 1. Miami no good on that time either. The Hawks leading by 6. The dish to Rivers. Second quarter of action, about a minute and a half played. Pass to Craig. Shot from the wing. Rebound by the Heat. As you said, the Hawks had one of the worst offensive nights, Clark, in the NBA, but overall, we're a solid offensive team right around the middle of the league. And Steve just goes to show what can happen when a team goes cold.
Yeah, when you don't have that one guy who you can always lean on to score, there are going to be some nights where everything just misses. And I think that was the case that game against Chicago. It was kind of bizarre, but hey, over the course of 82 games, it's going to happen.
When he's wide open like that, he'll rarely miss those.
Let's go now to the sideline and catch up with Doris Burke. Hey, Doris.
Well, as you know, gentlemen, Greg Popovich is one of the foremost practitioners of the intentional fouling that sends poor free throw shooters to the line. Not exactly a fan favorite, and Pop says, quote, I think it's ugly. I think it's awful. But it's legal. It's there. If somebody doesn't want to get hacked, they should shoot free throws better. Guys, he's all about winning. Whether it's pretty or ugly, he doesn't care.
They wear you down, Doris. Thank you so much.
Well, that's clearly a situation you want to make sure you don't give him too good of a look at it.
Not true. The defenders shouldn't relax just because he missed that one. He's capable of getting hot in a hurry.
The Hawks have gotten off to a rough start here in the second quarter, going just 1 for 5. Oh, and there's the alley-oop. And out of bounds as the Heat gain possession.
Well, that's inexcusable to throw a pass that far off the mark.
And for those of you just joining us, we're in the second quarter with about 3 minutes gone by. And Oladipo kicks to Williams. To the paint. Here's Porzingis. He feeds it to Williams. A second chance effort. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance to make it 3.
Well, that's how you pick up second chance points. Stay active, be energetic, and react as soon as the shot goes up.
And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Heat.
Fellas, the rebounding has been very strong. Excellent so far. Putbacks are very valuable, and they're getting some.
And the other thing they're doing is forcing a lot of turnovers, and that's helping them to get easy points at the other end.
Now, here is Russell. Number 35 falls back and drains the fadeaway jumper.
That mid-range jumper, just another one of his weapons.
Just over 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. Back to DeRozan. Good ball movement here by the Heat. For the three. Oladipo misses.
While not as dominant on defense as they were a year before, the Heat still were tough at that end of the court. The thing is, you could see them turn it on and turn it off when they needed to defensively, so they always managed to get the key stop when they needed.
Now, here's Oladipo. Paul George unable to get his shot to go. He kicks to Oladipo, and he makes it look easy, dunking it hard with one hand.
Solid on the one-hand throw down there.
You know, Clark, when it's a tight ball game like this, he's the guy they want with the ball.
Yeah, you got that right, Kevin. He's such a reliable finisher.
Outside, Russell. And it's out of bounds for the Hawks as Atlanta retains possession.
A super defensive play. I mean, if that pass gets through, it's probably 2 points.
And he knew that. He knew if it gets through, it's a score, so that's why he sold out for it and got a hand on it.
Second chance shot. Now, here's Oladipo. He's guarded by Russell. Williams dishes to Oladipo. Here's Porzingis. A three-pointer is right on target. And it's a 6-point Heat lead. And when you're coming off a title like the Heat are, there is, a natural tendency to cruise. But, Clark, you said this, and Steve, I'm sure you want to comment on it. They can turn it up in a hurry.
Well, it's just so much athleticism on this team that if they want to pressure you in the half court, they usually can force turnovers. And if not, they can also sit back and play a more straight-up defensive style and be very effective that way as well.
Clark, they've been looking out of sync offensively.
You know what? A basket here would do a lot for their confidence.
Redick for three. No good. Now the Heat take it the other way. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds. Back to Williams. And the Heat got another bucket right there.
Excellent ball movement there, guys.
Yeah, I think that's what's keyed this run, Clark, because they're keeping the ball moving. Defense hasn't been able to set up.
George passes to Gobert. The feed to Redick. Bangs home the trifecta. So it's Miami now. The tray. And the first half is now in the books. Heat lead by 7. We've got more in store for you right after this.
And now, brought to you by Sprint.
All right, I hope you're enjoying this Wednesday of NBA action. Let's get to the halftime report. Miami up on top against Atlanta. Tenacious offensive rebounding. Their second chance points are piling up. They've gotten some great minutes out of Victor Oladipo. He's got 5 points. He's also made plays for others.
The Sprint halftime report, presented by Sprint.
Welcome back as we return here at the Staples Center in downtown Los Angeles. The Hawks trail by 7. And Doris Burke has a report for us from the sideline.
Guys, dominant centers often take a pounding with intentional fouls. Dwight Howard admits that for a long time, he'd get frustrated when he didn't get the calls from the officials. And from 2010 to 2011, he led the league in technical fouls. The last 2 seasons, he's dialed it down. But he did draw criticism for getting kicked out of a game in the playoffs. He said, "When I allow those petty things to get to me, it affects my teammates and we lose games. I've got to do a better job of keeping my composure, to affect the game and not let the game affect me." Guys, he's made strides, but he's got to continue to put that perspective into action.
Well, Doris, interesting how that mental discipline and training can help sometimes as much as the physical side. Thank you. Williams kicks to DeRozan. He dishes it to Oladipo. That's good.
Step out on that.
Oladipo's got 7 points in the game.
That's their third straight make off an assist.
Boy, the ball movement's been fantastic here the last few possessions.
For the last decade or so, Atlanta has been pretty consistent. Always seems to find a way to get to the playoffs, and part of that is they've been pretty good against the Eastern Conference.
The drive by Russell. Shot clock at 6. The Hawks need to get off a shot here. And here's the fast break. Oladipo leading the way. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up. And for Atlanta last season, 29 wins against the rest of the conference. Steve, not an amazing total, but ending up over 500 usually gets to a playoff spot in the Eastern Conference.
And a lot of people worried that they would fall out of the picture last year after they traded away Joe Johnson. You know, they're not a team that can contend for a title, particularly not now with the departure of Josh Smith. But hey, they're relevant in the East, and they've got some good young talent.
Atlanta calls timeout.
A lot of people thought the East would be a cakewalk for Miami last year, but Indiana made sure that wasn't going to be the case. What a series with the Pacers using their size and strength to pound Miami down low. And eventually, the Heat were able to pull it out, but boy, was that a tough series.
Outside, Russell. The shot. That's good on the jump shot. Into the third we go. 2 minutes in now. And just to touch back on the Eastern Conference Finals, went to a Game 7 where Miami ran away with the game. But, you know, Clark, if it weren't for the heroics of LeBron earlier in the series, it could have been the Pacers that took on San Antonio in the finals.
You know, I was thinking a little bit about 2 former ABA teams meeting in the NBA Finals, but the Heat managed to steal Game 1, and I thought that proved to be the difference in the end. That was a game the Pacers had and didn't squeeze. But the way these 2 teams are constructed, they should be seeing a lot more of each other in the near future. And I think that's great for the league because whenever they meet up in the regular season or the playoffs, it's always been a battle the last couple of years.
Nice rivalry developing between those two.
I think you're right. Yeah. A good one brewing there.
So it's the Hawks now. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Millsap kicks to Lopez. Outside, Russell. Clock at 6. It's stolen by Oladipo. The finish. Throws down the breakaway jam.
Boy, I love it. Active hands on the steal, active feet on the fast break.
And Clark power on the dunk.
And guys, this is just too close of a game to be giving the ball up like that and then failing to get back in transition.
Russell kicks to Millsap. From the arc. Good, and the assist goes to Russell. Russell's got 3 assists now in this one.
And they made 3 of their first 4 shots here to start this half.
DeRozan with it. Here's Porzingis. Tries again, and Jackson gets it to go. Jackson's got his first 2 points.
It's a +5 advantage for them in the rebounding category after that board.
Very steady work they've been doing on the interior, no question. And that's, I think, the main reason they have this lead.
Russell dishes to Lopez. 5 to shoot. Stolen by Jackson. Lopez against DeRozan. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2.
The Heat have magnificent talent, but even coming off an NBA title, they had never put their name into the conversation of the great teams until last spring when they went on that amazing 27-game winning streak.
He's off on the first. And for the Heat, they were staring right at the 72 Lakers win record, and I'm sure everyone remembers, but ultimately they would fall, Steve, to the Bulls after 27 consecutive wins.
Yeah, that streak to me was one of the great feats in NBA history. Winning 27 games in a row in the regular season, so difficult, but it showed you what the Heat were made of. They really were battling every night, and I thought that put them on a great run heading into the playoffs.
Kevin, right now, they're doing a good job at the line. They're hovering around 83, 84, 85% from the strike. That's good stuff. I mean, that's well done.
Millsap, good, and the assist goes to Russell. And that's now 9 points for Paul Millsap.
Well, as for them being behind in this game, you certainly can't put any of it on his shoulders. He's been tremendous offensively.
Got that bucket in no time at all. And the Heat lead by 11.
Right back at you. They immediately get those 3 points back.
Trading punches, that's how you answer.
And Matthews kicks to Curry. Russell, nice ball movement here by Atlanta. Dishes it to Curry. 6 to shoot. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline.
And that'll increase their rebound advantage. They've definitely been winning that battle on the boards.
Well, the main thing is they haven't allowed many second chance opportunities, and that is always going to allow you to maintain your lead.
Matthews passes to Russell. Back to Matthews. There's the three. Miami grabs the miss.
You know, even though he missed that one, great shooters have a way of feeling when they've got enough room to pull the trigger.
Yeah, not enough defensive coverage there to prevent him from firing that time. But, yeah, I think if he's open, he's got to let that thing fly.
There's the pick. And Lillard gets double-teamed. Here's Falls. Got it off in time and beat the shot clock, but it's no good. 6-second difference between the shot and game clock. And here's Matthews from the arc. That's good. Matthews has got 9 points.
They're going back to the three-point shot over and over and over.
That was the 9th straight point from behind the arc, Clark. It feels like they're finding the holes in this defense.
Kicks to Lillard. Lets it fly from 18. And we've reached the end of the third. Heat out front, up 8. And do not go away, as we'll be back in just a few moments with the start of our fourth quarter coming up next. Well, welcome back as we get set to start the fourth. Let's look at the energy stats, how the hustle game has been going for the Heat.
Boy, defensively, they've played with a high energy level, guys, and all the steals we've seen, really a result of that aggressiveness.
The number of second chance points they've gotten is also impressive. I mean, they've kept so many possessions alive with offensive rebounds.
The Heat leading by 8. Now, Oladipo. Porzingis defended by Gobert. Pass to Oladipo. Good on the three-point shot. Oladipo's got the first field goal of the fourth quarter here for the Heat.
I like the offensive awareness to exploit that lack of coverage on that play.
Outside Curry. Pass to Russell from downtown. Shot is no good. And Miami the other way now. Clarkson defended by Craig. Oladipo, good. Oladipo's got 9 points now in just the second half.
His shooting's been outstanding. Definitely one of the reasons his team is up in this game.
Stripped away.
I got him. Get to him.
Fourth quarter still young, just over a minute play.
Yep. Turn down. Use that. Use that. Huh? Come on.
Shot clock at 5. Launches it. And George with the block. Outside Curry. He passes it to Russell. Fires the three.
Get it.
And a great assist by Curry as that one goes in.
And that kind of defense is just not going to cut it, guys. I mean, they have to get a hand in his face.
Feeds it to Oladipo. There's the pass to Richardson. Here's Clarkson. And they come right back with their own three-pointer. And the Heat lead by 13. Time call here. The Hawks decide to talk it over.
Well, you got to put a body on your man when the shot goes up. That's just fundamental basketball. They're giving up way too many offensive rebounds.
A moment to check in with Doris Burke. Doris?
Yes, Kevin. Well, the Hawks coach had some advice for his team over that last break. He is not pleased with the score and implored them to try to make a push right now, saying, "We don't have time, fellas. If we can't make a dent soon, I'll have to pull the plug." Pretty blunt, Kevin. Back to you.
And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter now. Outside, George. The dish to Russell. Off the pick. But they'll get another chance. And Reddick kicks to Gobert. Another shot. With the clock winding down. And he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
Boy, I like the way he carved out just enough space to get his hands on the missed shot and then rattle the rim on the putback.
And the gap narrows.
They're closing it fast.
Well, that's the effort of a team ready to fight back into this game. Way too loose on that inbounds pass.
Here's Russell. Passes it to Reddick.
Good boy,
No good from outside.
Boy, with an open look like that, he is so gifted. Man, you got to play better defense. Eventually, he's going to make you pay.
You got that right. I mean, he'll do it from three-point land or anywhere on the perimeter, really, because he is a deadly shooter. You've got to do a better job defensively.
Unfortunately, that's been the result for him over and over, guys. He just cannot find the bottom of the basket.
And that one is good with the extra effort on the glass. The Hawks trail by 13. Back to George. He feeds it to Reddick. Power down with both hands. And that's how you exploit a gap in the D, I guess, huh?
Yes, sir. No soft finish there. Major power.
Wow. He knows an opportunity for the highlight reel when he sees one.
Oladipo sets the screen for DeRozan. Williams for three. Again, the miss by Williams.
Been a poor shooting performance for him today, but luckily for them, a lot of his teammates have come through.
Here's Gobert. And there's a nice one-handed slam.
A high-quality shot is almost always going to come off a rebound like that.
And Clark, he is so good at working his way inside, holding off the defenders under the glass, and being in the right position.
Knows how to use his body.
Yeah, and I just like the way he persistently pursues the pumpkin.
4 on the shot clock. Here's Porzingis. Good on the shot. And the Heat lead by 11. Time running out for the Hawks. Russell with it. Now defended by Oladipo. There's the lob to the hoop.
That's the epitome of teamwork right there, Kevin, on the alley-oop.
Clark, what about the finish? Bringing it down with some thunder.
Yeah, lightning, too.
But I'll tell you, the pass was even better. I mean, he put it on an absolute platter for him.
124 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Outside Williams. Shot clock at 6. And another basket for Miami.
That's a nice hoop for a guy that typically doesn't score a lot.
On the wing, George. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here.
At the line for the Hawks, number
That free throw, no good.
2 shots.
And he does get the second one, and that brings them to within 10.
Not nearly as productive a trip to the line as he'd have liked. They need all their free throws to go down at this point.
There's 45 seconds left to play here in the fourth. He kicks it to Oladipo. Here's Tarzanias. Outside Williams. The feed to Oladipo. That's tipped. Paul George with the steal.
Probably time to just say it, guys. This game is over.
I think you're right on target there.
And that one's good.
Man, a pleasure to watch him work at that end of the floor.
Oladipo with the ball. He dishes it to Williams. And so it's Miami winning this one. It was a solid win, Clark.
Yeah, it was, and I think it came